can't say anything about the dresses.
Nothing about the dresses.
No matter what they
so
ask
everyone
us,
would go,
don't say
guys,
anything.
what about the dresses? Why the dresses? And we go, magical night tonight. Just all the stars are out. A friend of ours had sugar cubes with LSD.
Is that why you're in the dress? It's just such a magical evening, and everyone looks so spectacular. You know, we just wanted to be a part of it all.
It's a night of magic.
What?
That's so crazy now to think. Like, just
So nuts.
the whole idea you would go, I mean, even to just go, okay, you're going to go to the Oscars, take acid and go to the Oscars. I'd be like, no, dude, I'm not doing that because I don't know what I'm going to end up doing. That'd even be too scary. We can't.
Get yourself ready for a trip through McDonald land. Take along a friend and grab a hold of Ronald's hand. Follow Ronald McDonald through the land of apple pie trees. And don't be surprised if you meet Big Mac and Big Cheese. There's thick-shaped volcanoes, you'll even find a French fry thatch. Now just turn around and see if you won't find a hamburger patch as you're heading for a McDonald's in McDonald land, a McDonald's in McDonald land, a McDonald's.
Come on, it's time for bed. Okay? Alright, you guys, get some sleep, okay? You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy, skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray.
This is day one of watching Joe Rogan. He's, interesting, just talks about stuff and has some good jokes. This is day two of watching Joe Rogan, and I started taking more vitamins and supplements, and I feel pretty good, including AG1. This is day 3 of watching Joe Rogan, and I am now an orange belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I do judo, and I eat elk for breakfast. This is day 4 of watching Joe Rogan, and according to Graham Hancock, the ancient pyramids of Egypt are actually power plants that generated energy and electricity, which is what inspired Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower through conducting electricity through piezoelectricity. And according to Jimmy Corsetti, Plato's description of Atlantis perfectly fits and describes the Eye of the Sahara Rishat structure. This is day 5 of watching the Joe Rogan podcast, and the big pharmaceutical industry is lying to you. They are a multi-trillion-dollar business that are not health providers, but publicly traded corporations that prioritize not your health, but shareholder profit. They don't want you to know about ice baths. They don't want you to know about the carnivore diet. They don't want you to know about AG1. They don't want you to know about hyperbaric chambers. If you're not snorting AG1 every single day, you are a victim of the pharmaceutical industry. You should be snorting AG1 every single day, taking DMT for breakfast, and eating elk meat that you hunted 3 times a day. Take your ice baths, wake up at 5 a.m., train hard in jiu-jitsu, and
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, shit.
That was so scary. Oh my God.
I need to step back so I can get some movement. It's in his head. It's in your forehead. Take it out of your forehead.
If you sneeze and I say God bless you, the only thing you should say is thank you. I don't need to hear all of this. How did you get in my house? Why is my window broken? I'm calling the police. Ain't nobody got time for that. Be polite. If you
She identifies as skirts. Factory reset didn't work. Like flip right in the non-binary. You can feel the pronouns leaving the body. Right in the they thems. No surgery needed then. Transaction denied. Ooh, and it equal rise. She got down in Fortnite. Trying to kick flip, learn how to do a lip slide. Gender fluid everywhere. It almost became almost where. That's a cheap way to transition. Right in the 10 sickles, right in the transmission. Flat slam right in the mystery box. Straight in the who knows what. Like you see a card at an ATM. Oh, Black Betty, jammed your clam. Busted your lip for sure. Take away the Peter Stan was later Tony Hollywood.
GTA 6 will feature pride parades? Dude! Oh no. I used to work for Gordon Ramsay back in the day, and people always ask me, what's the worst thing you've ever seen him do? Well, this was back in the days when Gordon used to do a lot of coke. Christmas Day, 1998, there was this drunk customer constantly complaining, constantly sending things back. Gordon got pissed off. He walked out into the restaurant, said something to this guy. The guy followed Gordon to the kitchen. Next thing you know, Gordon gets this guy in a headlock, opens the door to the walk-in freezer, chucked him in, closed the door, padlocked it up so he couldn't get out. Gordon just said, oh, he'll cool off, don't worry about it. Anyway, the service carried on all the way through the afternoon, all the way to the night. We finally finished at 9 PM. We forgot about this guy in the freezer. He's been in there 8 hours by this time. Anyway, I opened the door. The guy looked like he'd just been to the Antarctic on an expedition, honestly. Anyway, turns out he got frostbite, lost all of his fingers and his toes, went to court and everything. Not many people know that story. True. I used to work for Gordon Ramsay back in the day.
Stan, what's the difference between a noise and a sound effect?
Most people tend to classify both of them together, but a noise is different in that it's nondescript. You can't identify it. That's a noise. A sound effect is describable. You know what those are. You can identify those.
Stan's diligently trained his voice since he was 6 years old. Now he can imitate just about anything and anyone.
You can be a siren.
Yes, I'm the loudest man in the world to be in the Guinness Book of Records. I do 125 dB with this voice alone. But I can't do it inside a building. I have to do it outside.
Stan Lemkuhl admits a certain resemblance between his vocal talents and those of Robin Williams of Mork and Mindy fame. So it seemed only appropriate that he bid me farewell in Martian, as only Stan Lemkuhl can speak it.
Everybody's here. Bit of a prank on our brother Russ. Yep. Oh, look at that. Basically, ideas. We're plumbing his whole house with beer. And this guy's going to come home and it's going to get awesome. See on it? I don't think he's dusted under there for months.
Camera. Little camera in there. Got a shoe cam down here. Yeah, just a pretty simple setup.
Whoa, it's like cold beer too, look.
He's going butter. No way.
Oh my gosh. Got no fresh water anywhere.
Here come the overalls. It's filming it all on his phone.
It actually tastes really good. Did it come up? Here it goes.
There's like 10 kegs of beer under this mouth. Party of mine, boys!
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, no gas, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la. You've been struck. You've been struck.
I'm headed straight for the floor.
Hello, happy Thursday. Welcome to Creative Chaos. Anybody that's new here would not know this is a show that's dedicated to shining a spotlight on fascinating people creating fantastic things outside the mainstream. And I've got a good one for you tonight. But of course, first we got to go through our opening spiel. First off, my wonderful co-host, the Batman, is not going to be here tonight, so our opening won't be as long as usual because I won't be catching up with what Batman's doing. But I do know he's at a country western concert with somebody he doesn't know who they are. So I'm sure we'll hear all about that next week, and I hope he's having a good time. All right, so Creative Chaos. It is sponsored by Flip City Magazine, the magazine that I publish along with Scott McKenzie. You can see I'm wearing this awesome red cap. And I've got something to tell you guys about. Anybody that's a regular viewer or follows me on social media knows that we have an ongoing collaboration with the Madness Comic Network. And we've got our final one of this quarter coming up. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of information on it for anybody that may want to participate or just kind of know what's going on. So, Cause if we can bring up that first slide. So this is the Flip City is Madness collaboration. What we do is once a month on the last Saturday of the month, we get together with the draw streamers that usually show up on the Madness Comic Network draw stream, and Flip City takes over and gives them a theme. Our current theme right now is classic cartoons experiencing modern problems. You can see down in the left-hand corner, Pebbles, or let's say Roxy, has an OnlyFans account, and let's see, Wed and Filma, they don't like it very much. So this has been a really fantastic collaboration. The creativity is off the hook, and I'm super excited that we're closing this one out at the end of the month. If you're interested in participating in it, the theme is kind of self explanatory. It's classic cartoons experiencing modern problems, and you would just submit a CMYK PDF, TIFF, or a JPEG to FlipCity at flipcitymag.com. You can always DM me on X. That's at Kitty Flip City over there on X for direct details. Or show up this Saturday. Let me know if you want the link to join live or talk to us in chat. Oh, shoot. I don't have the link to that, but it's going to be on the Flip City Magazine channel as well as over on Madness Comic Network or Madness Entertainment Group on YouTube. And I'm giving spoilers tonight. We've got several submissions right here. We've got Betty Droop. We've got Speedy Gonzalez getting taken away by ICE. Bugs Bunny not caring about the no smoking sign. This piece here, the Speedy Gonzalez being taken away by ICE, is submitted by the wonderful and hilarious Doc Blaylock. And I've got one more spoiler for you here. It wasn't even on the thumbnail. This is Pink Pants Sir not knowing which bathroom to choose because it's all so confusing these days. And I don't think he wants to offend one single person. And that was submitted by Christian. We've had him on before. I can't remember his last name. Come hang out on Saturday. You can meet Christian then. So that's what we've got going on this Saturday, and the contest is closing out very soon. One thing to note is we do publish almost everybody that submits. We do have to have a little bit of editorial control here and there. So if you submit something that's just wouldn't fit into the Flip City purpose or theme, we might not publish you, but chances are very likely that we will publish you. And if you even needed any editorial feedback, we're happy to give that as well. Any questions, just email flipcity@flipcitymag.com. One other thing is, once the contest is closed, we're going to run a poll across social media for people to vote for their favorite. The winner, the person with the most votes, will get a quarter-page size ad run in volume 26 of Flip City Magazine, and we are nationally distributed, so that does have a little bit of value attached to it. And besides, it's just fun. All right, so that does it for me. Remember, at the end of the show, it does come back to me, but mostly it is about our guest tonight, who I'm about to introduce. So tonight we've got a wonderful guy. I've been on his show. I've also been on another show that he often panels on. His name is Frederic Guimont. He's a French Canadian author and you're going to be on soon. Oh no, it's my missing co-host. You're going to be here in just 1 second, Frederick. Give me another drink. I need it stiffer. There you are.
Oh, I got one. I got my red wine here to join you, Chrissy. Thanks for having me. I'm ready to unleash my madness upon the world. Although I'm not sure there are any conspiracy theories left. I thought they were all became true now.
Well, you'll find out once we get to the conspiracy wheel, because I get a little out there. I mean, it depends on what we land on, but that's at the end of the night. We don't even have to talk about the conspiracy wheel right now, but I do know it is my regular viewing audience's probably one of their favorite segments that we get into. And just to let you know real quick, the first 30-40 minutes is about you, and then we get into our segments, and that's where things really become unhinged.
Oh, well, that's because you don't know me. I'm very unhinged. So the first 30 minutes
That's
might
what I mean. That's why I invite people like you on. So we can get unhinged together.
Usually when I meet new people and I tell them about me, they look at me like, are you just like making things up when you're talking about yourself? And it's a lot of people think I'm making stuff up when I talk about my past a little bit.
Okay, well, that sounds like a wonderful place to start, in fact, because usually we have a segment right here at the beginning called Fanboy for Us, but I'm skipping it tonight because that's my co host thing. And there's a lot of questions in there where I just kind of nod and grin because, I'm not a fanboy. I'm
You're
hardly
a
a
fan
fangirl.
woman.
I'm not even really that. I'm a, I, I'm a unique individual within this scene of a ton of really rabid fans of comics and media and stuff like that. Like, anyway, it's not about me.
We'll all get along just well.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. And I have been, because I love nerds. That's the thing. I just love nerds. Like, you guys are so smart. And here's something I didn't know about you when I went on your show, and I'm like, oh yeah, this guy totally is. He's like a geek for liberty, right? Because you're an
Nah.
early Bitcoin adopter.
Well, it depends on what you mean by early. I guess time has passed so much that I could be considered early, but I got into it at early 2017. So I think that's 8 years ago.
That's pretty early.
Yeah, it was at $1,000 when
That's
I
very early.
well, see, I was talking to a friend who had some back when it was at $300, and I was like, "Oh, well, I'm too late. Obviously, like it's already $300." It's like I missed the boat is what everybody says in the beginning.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've met people who were in way earlier than that. I went on a trip last year. I met somebody who got in. It was at 88 cents when he first got in. If you can
Okay.
imagine that.
Now, it was not Anarcho-Poco, was it?
No, I never been to that. I went to it was a conference in El Salvador. So El Salvador is the country where you're sending all your prisoners now as Americans. El Salvador is like it was like the most criminally infested country in Central America, and Nayib Bukele, who calls himself El Dictator, came in and kind of solved the criminal problem. He threw everybody who had tattoos, he threw in jail.
Like any tattoos?
No, like I think it's like gang tattoos. Is the
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, like the MS-13 tattoos.
Yeah, and he also threw their families in jail because the families were profiting from the criminals as well. So he's accused of being like very draconian and over the top, but it went from like the least safe country to the most safe country because of this change. And another change that he did was adopt Bitcoin as the official currency for the country, along with the US dollar.
Right. And now, how long ago did that happen?
I think that was 2021, I want to say. I think so. I don't think it was 2020, either 2020 or 2021, around that time.
Did Bitcoin jump then? After that happened?
Yeah, Bitcoin got a real bad crash during the lockdowns, during the whole COVID thing. Like, because Bitcoin's the most liquid asset ever. So anytime there's any movement, there's any turbulence, it's the first one that people will go to get cash real quick.
All
So
right.
that's usually what happens. So it had a crash in, I think, in 2020. I don't have the graph in front of me, but if I recall correctly, and then it started going back up, and it was going, and it's been going up pretty much ever since. Like that's the last kind of big crash it had.
Okay, cool. Hey, here's the thing. I definitely want to pick your brain more about Bitcoin, but I do like to keep kind of the beginning more about you and your project and what you're doing. So I'm saving more of this for Mansplain, our very first segment, after we talk more about what you're doing and why. So
Sounds good.
I do like to kind of start with getting like the elevator pitch for your project.
Yeah.
So how do you explain it?
So basically, I kind of grew up wanting to be a superhero comic book artist since I was a kid. And
I wish you just stopped with the word superhero.
well, see, that's the thing that's what I like. I like big muscly guys and girls like beating up on each other in costumes that look like wrestling. It's just my thing. I know it's not for everybody. It's kind of going out of style with like the kind of overdose we had with the movies and everything. But that was my jam. That was kind of always my jam. I really like to draw. I think it's interesting to draw human bodies in action. It's almost like a ballet of sorts, but it's violence and crime fighting and all that jazz. And I was really close to kind of breaking into comics in my early 20s, but kind of life had different ideas. Everything kind of crashed for me when I left my parents' place, and all my life kind of got sidetracked with those plans. And I ended up like getting into like computer programming instead, doing like web stuff, which is way easier to kind of earn a living than trying to break into comics. Because anything that has to do with art is, it's hard to make ends meet. When you do get contracts, they're not always well paid, and you're often like a long period of time between 2 gigs or 2 contracts unless you get a nice sweet deal. And so computer programming, web programming was kind of the opposite of that. It's like you get a steady job. It's kind of easy to do. You kind of get overpaid for what you do, and there's a lot of downtime. You don't work as much, and so
Okay, doesn't sound bad.
no, it's great. But the problem is it was not my driving passion, and it felt like I wasn't doing what I was meant to do. See, that's kind of the thing, is when you have a passion for something, it's kind of irrational. You kind of got to do it despite it not making sense financially and stuff like that. And fast forward, I lose my job because the owner of the company forgot to plug a fridge, and he didn't insure his new offices until the morning after. And so the fridge kind of like melted all the ice. The ice went into the neighboring company, and basically he lost a lot of money. And this company had to fire a bunch of people. And I was one of the guys who was fired, which turned out to be a great thing. Like in life, sometimes a lot of the things that I thought were bad in my life turned out to be the greatest things that ever happened to me.
Right. I mean, there's a reason there's that saying of, when God closes the door, he opens a window or something like that,
Yeah.
And I believe that to be true. I think you could live life a lot happier if you kind of have that mindset.
Yeah. I mean, you don't feel that in the moment, but I lost my job, but I had like about a year's worth of benefits. So, and at the same time, a friend of mine was like, "Hey, you should buy like $100 worth of Bitcoin." He had like a coupon code where we'd both get a kickback of like, I think, $20 worth. And so he was nagging me, "Come on, buy $100 worth. Just get into it. Just buy it. Trust me, you won't regret it." So I ended up buying $100 worth just to shut him up. He's a good friend of mine, and I was like, okay, well, whatever. I thought about doing this a long time ago, and then I looked at the price, and it had just crossed $1,000. And the thought occurred to me, this train is not going to stop. Like, as I was telling you earlier, like I was seeing it at $300 thinking, wow, I'm late to the party.
Yeah.
But when you see it, you think you're late to the party at 3, and then it crosses 1K. You're like, this thing is not going to stop. This is the little engine that could. This is the Kool-Aid mascot that's going to burst through the wall. It's just, it's killing it. So I bought a little bit, and I bought a book, started reading about it. And since I knew a little bit about programming, I was able to understand some of it. And another good thing that was disguised as a bad thing is a few years earlier, I had the government kind of close my bank account, seize my bank account for tax stuff, right?
Ooh.
They claimed I owed them a lot of tax money and stuff. And that was about the worst thing that could have happened to me in the moment. But because that happened to me, I could see the value of Bitcoin, because one of the properties of Bitcoin is no one can seize it. Like, the government cannot seize your Bitcoin. It's on something called a blockchain, which is basically, it's just like a holographic copy that's distributed across everybody's computer across the world. And so I was like, wait a minute, this is something nobody can seize? Tell me more. So
Right.
I started reading up on it, and then I was like, okay, this is really smart. And then I learned, okay, this kind of functions same way that peer-to-peer, like piracy works, in a sense that people can exchange files from one computer to the other without going through a central, because Napster got kicked off of what they were doing because they had a central hub. They had like a central company that could get attacked, could get targeted and sued. And soon after that, the pirates kind of went to a peer-to-peer aspect where they would just connect people together, and it was the people that would transact together. Bitcoin it works basically the same thing. It's electronic cash, in the sense that, not cash in the sense of paper, but cash in the sense that it's value that's transacted from one person to another. It doesn't go through a credit institution. It doesn't go through a bank. It doesn't even go through a central service. That's kind of the. We were supposed to talk about my comic, right?
Yeah, I know. You're like, I'm sitting here like, okay, I have a problem with iron fisting my stream, right? Vulcan Lives knows about this. I'm like, shut up, Frederic. You're getting into mansplain a little too early.
Yeah, sorry about
Um,
that.
I understand where you're going though. I think you wanted to explain more about what you were doing with
So
Bitcoin because it relates to your comic.
yeah, so basically the idea was because I got into Bitcoin, it kind of gave me a cushion where I can now go back to doing comics I love without worrying about my day-to-day thing. Also, when I lost my job, I had also created a website that was giving me a little bit of revenue through ads. So I had a nice little cushion where I could live comfortably for a little while. And I kind of discovered, like, I went back into the comic book shop after a long time of not leaving comics to the side. And I bought a James Bond book because I freaking love James Bond, right? James Bond, how cool is that? He's a spy. He like he gets all the girls. He has like,
Uh-huh.
fast cars and all that. And the book was awesome. It was beautiful, hardcover. It had a little cloth piece to keep your page. And then I read it and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot it's the 2020s and this story is woke as fuck. So I was like, oh man, it's like, and I was like, okay, I need to get back into comics. I can make a comic that's better for the simple reason that it's not going to be woke, right? So
Right.
that's the spark that got me back into it. So I was like, okay, let me do something. I like superheroes. I like that action stuff. Let me create a hero that can like fight villains, like flying through the sky, kind of like Spider-Man with a backdrop of skyscrapers, across the city and all that. And I kind of dreamed up of a character that was flying on like a drone, like a quadcopter, like a drone with four propellers on the side. Because I had gotten into drones like a few years prior to that. And growing up, I always thought like it would be cool to have a superhero on a skateboard or something like that. And then when you try to get him around the city, it's always kind of lame because he's just on a skateboard. Like what could you really do with a
Are
skateboard?
you actually calling skateboards lame? I've seen dudes do crazy shit with skateboards.
Yeah, but if you want to go like Spider-Man level shit or Batman
Yeah.
level shit, it's like it's kind of limited. But if you put like propellers on your skateboard and have him flying through the sky, now you got something. So he's like surfing through the sky, doing like surfboard maneuvers, skateboard maneuvers, and all that while he's flying kind of through the city. So that was my initial thing, and kind of like Batman. Batman's got infinite wealth with Wayne Enterprises. Uh, I figured, well, this guy he's got to be a Bitcoiner, right? He's got to be like a cypherpunk who's into Bitcoin. He's into technology. He's building these gadgets for himself. He got into Bitcoin early, and that's the source of his wealth. That's how he could finance all his gadgets and his superhero lifestyle, right? His crime fighter lifestyle.
Yeah, and if you don't mind me breaking in, because in like your description that you have on your website, you say he's using Bitcoin to dismantle the system that once imprisoned him. I
Yeah.
mean, it kind of sounds like it's tracking with kind of your own story, right? Because you owed a lot of taxes, and then you found Bitcoin, and then it's like a big middle finger to the government, like you can't take this from me.
Yeah, exactly. And Bitcoiners are all like that. It's like I'm not unique to that. If you meet a real hardcore Bitcoiners, they can all explain to you the financial system better than anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
They know about the Federal Reserve, 1913, took over the financial system, created debt for the first time. Like who do we owe debt to? Like who do these countries all owe the debt to, right?
Yeah, that is who? Who is it? Are we gonna okay, we can wait until conspiracy corner for that.
I'll
If
mansplain all you want.
No, well, that's the thing. So you're talking 1913 Federal Reserve. That's obviously United States thing. Is it similar in Canada?
Yeah, it's the same thing in every country except the countries that are being bombed. Those don't have central banks yet. So that's kind of the name of the game. Um,
Interesting.
so Bitcoin is actually dismantling that. in a soft kind of way, like in a kind of slow and steady, like it's taken away the power of the central bank. So we're kind of going through a lot of inflation. We're on the verge of hyperinflation. Grok estimates in 2027 or something, we're going to be
Did you
entering
call him Gruck?
Grok. Grok.
Oh, Grok?
The XAI, the Twitter AI, seems to be thinking we're going to go to hyperinflation in a couple of years.
Now, which version is this? The Digi Hitler one
Oh, the
or
Mecha Hitler?
Mecha? That's
No, I don't think so. I think this is just a regular one.
oh, okay.
But back in the time of Hitler, you had kind of the same situation. Like Germany was going to a hyperinflation in the Weimar situation, but they had no parachute. They had no way out. So people were carrying around wagons of barrels of money to go buy bread. The money you got in the morning, you had to go spend it quickly because by the end of the day, it wasn't worth what it was worth in the morning. So those are extreme hyperinflation situations. And we're not there yet, but that's kind of the end game for fiat. Fiat is just paper money, right? Because I'm going to mansplain again. In 1971, Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard. So since then, money's not worth anything. It's just worth the number it says on it because we trust it. But before 1971, you could actually redeem it for gold. Well, actually, you couldn't, but it was supposedly backed by gold and all that. But slowly but surely, they took all your financial powers away. And now we're just in a fiat system, basically. So it's worthless paper money since 1971.
Indeed, and they keep printing it and
Yeah.
devaluing it more.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Okay. So many questions have been building up in my head. I think this is a good one because I asked you about your comic and we keep getting back to Bitcoin. So I do want you to give to assign on a scale of 1 to 100 assign how passionate you are for Bitcoin. Give that a number, and you only have 100 to give away, and how passionate you are about your comic.
Oh, like I got to split the two between 100?
Yes.
Oh, I have to go 50-50.
50. I don't know. It sounds like you might be 70 towards Bitcoin, the way this conversation's going.
Yeah, because everything because Bitcoin is what allowed me to get back into making comics, which was my childhood passion. So if I didn't have Bitcoin, I couldn't be doing this.
Right.
And it's kind of a real life superpower. So it's kind of the real thing. It's a real tangible it's a real tangible action people can take on an individual basis that actually takes power away from the evil bankers of this world, So it is a real life superpower. But at the same time, there's nothing I like to do more with. You can't stare at the Bitcoin price all day. I mean, you can, but I enjoy drawing on my drawing table. So that's the thing I like to do with my time. Bitcoin gives you freedom. It gives you time back. And what I do with that freedom and with that time is to draw comics because that's my passion. That's what I initially kind of gravitated to as a child. And Bitcoin is the real life adult solution that gives me the power to go back to my childhood passion. And why not honor it in my story, right? Because it fits so well and it's not a stretch. And the comic is not about Bitcoin. It's about superheroes and supervillains who are fighting each other. It really is. But Bitcoin is just kind of there in the background, the same way that gadgets are there in a James Bond movie, right? It's not the focus of the thing, but it's just in the background, moving the story along, allowing the hero to solve problems.
Okay, so you had mentioned, wokeness in comics and how it's ruined the superhero, blah blah blah. I mean, we all know the story. Anybody watching this show knows the freaking story.
We're almost sick of hearing it now.
Right. So is your superhero like manly man and how does he even get does he actually have superhero kind of supernatural powers, or is it more revolved around him kind of like being the Batman type superhero where he has the intelligence and the money to be able to make gadgets?
Yeah, it's more the intelligence and the money. If he does have a supernatural thing, it's he prays earlier in the story, because early in the story he goes to jail, right? He has financial problems. I won't spoil it here, but he gets sent to jail for a very long time, in which time his Bitcoin accrues in value. And going to jail is kind of a frightening thing. So he kind of prays for his fear to be taken away. So if he has a superpower, it's that he has no fear, or a lack of fear. So he's kind of like
And that's
almost,
just baked into him?
yeah, that's just, he's kind of like a crazy nut job that will just jump on a board and fly around the city, right?
Now, is that like you too?
No, I'm very not like I barely can go on roller skates and ride around the city because I'm scared of like uh, hitting my head on the curb and losing some teeth. So I'm not
Yeah.
death defying, but he is. So that's kind of the way that he's enabled to do that. So if he has a superpower, it's just the lack of fear, because as you say, it's kind of like Batman. He's got the gadgets, he's got the wits, he's got a technological know-how, but he gets into a lot of trouble because his lack of fear makes him do very stupid things, you know. So he's going to get in trouble. He's going to meet people and make decisions that are just going to throw himself into the action that make for interesting stories, but you don't want to do that in real life because you're just going to
Well, I mean, what do they call that? Type 2 personality? Right? Those people that just thrive on cheating death.
yeah, he's an adrenaline junkie at this point,
Yeah.
because of his lack of fear. He can zoom around the city and he's not getting a full rush yet, you know, so he's always pushing the limits, and he's just not getting it.
Okay. I have to bring this up because it is pretty funny. Self-destruct says campaign stretch goal for Frederic to ride a quadcopter in real life. Would you do it?
Hey, Mr. Self-Destruct, how you doing? I would not do it. I mean, I've seen people, there's people who have, so this is a real thing. There's people who actually have built quadcopters and fly around the city. It's a thing. I've seen it on video, on Twitter. I think it comes from TikTok videos and stuff. So it exists. People have built these things and they're capable of doing it. So it's not like science fiction. It's it's very it's very anchored in the present. So I think the story is going to feel a little bit like a sci-fi story set in the present, if you will, in the sense that we're living in a future right now. So I don't need to invent things. Everything that's futuristic kind of exists already. I'm just putting it front and
Right.
center.
Right. I mean, that is kind of the vibe I got by like kind of scrolling what you've got up on social media, at least within the last couple of months, and then also over on your website is, it's not anything that is that sci-fi because it does already exist.
Yeah,
And
exactly. So I'm just stretching the truth a little bit with it to make things cool and happen the way they need to in the story. But it's all things that really exist. And I'm just kind of like making them, fitting them into this one, what do you call it? Hodgepodge of a thing that into this character. And like the villains he's fighting, like he's fighting these like kung fu artists who have like this supernatural sense of being able to track and find their victims. And his first kind of encounter with them is they're going after this Russian spy. So there's this the evil overlord in my story. He's called Bankman, and which is actually a real name that for a guy who was in crypto, Sam Bankman-Fried. But
okay.
I thought
We all know
Bankman.
that guy.
We know that guy, right?
Yeah.
He was kind of funding the Democratic Party. Money was funneled through him at his crypto. But I thought, how cool a name is that? Bankman. It sounds like a super villain name. Like it's Batman, but Bankman. I'm like, this is so superhero. So I'm like, I'm stealing that. And, unless I get a letter from a lawyer, I'm going to keep it. and that's kind of the supervillain. And he purchased this, basically this slave of a long gone era from the Soviet times, from the KGB super soldiers, where they kind of built these super psychic spies. And so he bought her off the black market, but she kind of escapes from him, and he gets these tiger twins, these kung fu guys, to track her, because they're the only ones that can track her, because she can lose anybody by using her psychic abilities. She's like, you can't find me, right? You will not find me. I'm just going to throw your mind in a haze, and you will lose me even if I'm in front of you. But these tiger
Okay.
twins have like super kung fu Chinese skills, like ancient kung fu superpowers, where they can track their victim like tigers, and they're the only ones that can't get sidetracked from her superpowers. So they go
Okay.
after her, find her. That's the crux of the first issue.
Okay, let me ask you this, because that has absolutely piqued my interest. It basically sounds like you're kind of delving into the MK Ultra, you know, Project Monarch type shit.
Well, yeah, because that's her symbol. So she's dressed like she has the nice military uniform, but her symbol is the butterfly, the monarch. So
Mhm,
that's
mhm.
because we got to know a lot of that in Montreal, because the CIA was doing the experiments with people in Montreal in the university.
Okay, well, now as far as you saying we all know, I mean,
Well, it's not a
d-
conspiracy theory. It was published in the newspapers, and they were paid retribution. So it's
okay,
it's
but okay,
acknowledged by the
let
CIA.
me ask you this though. As far as like walking up to somebody on the street in Montreal and like spitting those facts to them, are they going to be like, this guy is in an insane lunatic conspiracy theorist, or or are they gonna be more, as far as the normie goes, um, are they gonna say, oh yeah, I totally know about that?
Well, yeah, it's probably not widespread information that you see on the news every day, but you can easily verify it. Like, you could go on Wikipedia, you can find mainstream sources that will corroborate. So
Yeah,
they
but
might
that
they
does,
might
that doesn't matter to a normie.
well, you'd be surprised. Like,
Really?
yeah, if you could, because the CIA acknowledges it. So
Mhm.
it's not disputed by anybody. So, I mean, you can, if you find a stubborn normie who doesn't want to believe anything, sure, he won't believe anything that's out of his 9 to 5. But if you're with anyone who's like, if you're, let's talk about a normie who's in the university setting, like a university professors, right?
Okay.
They're not supposed to be delving out conspiracies. They can't do anything but acknowledge this is true. This is in Wikipedia. It's acknowledged by the CIA. It's in all newspapers. It was in the courts. It's not something that's disputed. So you can. It's not like it's not a theory. It's just a fact at this point. So you can throw your hand in the sand and ignore facts all you want, but it's still a fact.
Yeah. No, I'm not disputing you. I'm not challenging you whatsoever.
Yeah.
But I really am, because okay, so I'm in liberal Southern California, right? And I
I'm
kind of
sorry to hear that.
view, well, I kind of view most of Canada in much a similar way,
Well, very
as
much so.
liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. In fact, I've made I've made actually a lot of friends with, like, I hesitate to say red pilled because it's just so passe. But truth seeking Canadians,
Yeah.
right? That are just so disappointed in, like, the overwhelming population of Canada. I don't know if you have a different viewpoint on it, but also it's also who you're hanging out with. I don't know if you have any in real life friends. Un-
Not anymore. I mean, except for the Bitcoiners. So the Bitcoiners, we call them orange pilled, right? Because orange is the color of Bitcoin. So, but like a lot of Bitcoiners are very much conspiracy theorists. Not to say all of them, that's not true, but like the vast majority of them, like 80 to 90%, because they have a good understanding of how we're getting screwed by the banks and the government on the financial side of things. So if you bring any rational explanation of the other ways we're getting screwed over, they're very much open-minded to hearing about it and discussing it. it's very common. Uh, it's a very common thing amongst Bitcoiners to be able to. That doesn't mean they know everything about every red pill theory or that they believe it, but like most Bitcoiners I know did not go along with the government mandates back in 2020, for example. Like a lot
Okay.
of them,
Yeah.
uh,
Well,
of-
makes sense.
right?
You
Because
know,
they're like,
if you're smart enough to like invest in Bitcoin, there's no way you're falling for that bullshit.
yeah, but I
You
mean,
know,
again, it's like
the psyop.
it's 80 to 90%, not 100, right? So it's not everybody, but a vast majority of them did not buy into it or just found a way around it. Like they got their pass, but they didn't need to get the woke poke to get the pass and things like that.
Right. Now, as and you do not have to, you definitely do not have to divulge your medical history, but my assumption is you are you consider yourself a pureblood.
Yeah, I did not go
You
along with
weren't
it, which
you
is
weren't coerced.
no, because I was in a good position where I didn't have a job at the time. So I did not have anything that kind of forced me into it. I mean, they forced people to wear masks to go inside shops. I was locked out of restaurants for a while. If I took a trip across the province, I could not go into a restaurant and pee, for example, because you had to have, a pass to go inside.
A
So I had to sneak.
pass. Oh, I don't think I knew that. I'm
Oh
sure
yeah.
plenty did know. What was the pass like? What was the what hoops did you have to jump through to get a pass?
So I did not get one. So I was without a pass. I know some people who, well, I'm not going to say too much about that, but some people were able to get passes without going through. But
Mhm.
the way you got a pass was by getting your vaccination.
Okay. So
So they imposed the restaurant restrictions. I think it was the 4th of, was it September or November? But the thing that got me is that you had the same thing in Germany back in, I think, the 40s. Well, they stopped Jews from going to restaurants, and it was on the same day of the year
Oh,
that,
really?
yeah, I thought, oh, this is symbolic. This is like it's either a happy coincidence or somebody's following a calendar or something.
That's
So
interesting. Hey, you know what, Frederic? This is what I want to do real quick because we just keep getting on these subjects
I
that
just keep
actually this is
mansplaining, yeah.
no, 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 no. I'm sorry. It's one of my streams came back on and distracted me. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I do want to close out talking about your project real quick so that we can get back into the real conversation because you know um
For sure. Watch this.
so
When we're in conspiracies, I'll keep going back to comics for some reason.
that's fine. We're gonna see. We're just gonna go with the flow.
Sounds good.
Um,
Sounds good.
all right. So my question about what's going on with your project
Yeah.
and your website and all that kind of stuff, because you do have a kind of cool thing going on your website, is you have trackers as far as your progress is going. I
Yeah.
think you're a little behind on it because you did say on social media your
Yeah.
inking's done, but that thing, your little tracker bar isn't full. So go fix that.
Yeah.
And then, so what's the plan? What's going on? When are you launching? And this is the first book in the series, right?
Yes. So this is
Okay.
issue number 1. I've been working for a couple of years on it, and I'm talking about since the very inception of the first idea of the script. And a couple of weeks ago, I think it's got to be 3 weeks now, I finished drawing inking the last page. So in black and white, my part of the work is done. I've got a colorist who does much better at colors than I can do. So he's the one that's taking it over and putting colors on top of that. It's going to look real professional. It actually looks stunningly beautiful when they come back to me. I'm like, wow, this is much better than I thought it would be. So I'm waiting. It's in his court for that. Um, I don't have a launch date yet, but I'm about to set those shortly. So the way I'm starting to build my GoFundMe on Fund My Comic is what I should say, because it's not a GoFundMe. That's that's something else. But yeah, I've got a Fund My Comic page that's in the works.
We love Fund My Comic.
Yeah, we do. Luke, shout out. Love the work you're doing. And I'm also going to do something a bit different. Is I'm at the same time I'm going to be funding on Geyser, which nobody watching knows what it is.
I know. I saw that. I'm like, what the hell's the Geyser? And I didn't even go look. So tell us more.
So Geyser is kind of like a Fund My Comic, but for Bitcoin.
I knew it. I knew it had to be,
Yeah.
Bitcoin related.
Yeah. So I'm going to be doing something exclusive on that aspect because a lot of my clients are going to be Bitcoiners who are not necessarily people in the comic book space, but they're people who support projects related to Bitcoin. And when I tell them, hey, I've got a comic book that's coming out.
I'm sorry, Frederic, I have to interrupt you with a slow clap. For having something outside, you've built an audience or a friend group or something of people that are going to support you outside of the comic book space. Huge. It's huge, you guys. Like, if you're doing your own thing, please find something outside the comic book space in which you can promote. I just had to put that in there because it's good advice.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm not, I mean, I could take the credit and go, yeah, I'm so smart, but I think it's just kind of a happy accident of things that it's just because I'm in this space, because it's something that's a passion of mine. Like I was going back to 50/50, like as it's not even a joke. Like I love comics as much as I love Bitcoin. I've been going to Bitcoin meetings before we knew it was Bitcoin meetings. Me and my friends used to hang out and say, damn, I wish there was a Bitcoin meeting. And then we found other Bitcoiners in the city, and then we started attending Bitcoin meetings. And since then I've gone to conferences. I went to Nashville where Donald Trump announced the strategic Bitcoin reserve.
I'm sorry, was that in the libertarian thing meeting?
Nope. That was
that's
at a
something
Bitcoin
else.
conference in Nashville in 2024, sorry. So last
Cool.
year, last summer. So I went to Nashville. I went to Montreal, which is right next to where I live. I'm not in Montreal myself. I'm in Quebec City, which is about 3 hours from Montreal. And I went to a conference in El Salvador. So I kind of did a tour of conferences last year, which I'm not doing this year. This year I'm kind of focusing on getting the comic book done, trying to like stay at the drawing table as much as possible and get the project moving along. But yeah, I was there in the crowd when Trump came out and announced the strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. So, that's not just a thing for geeks on the fringe anymore. It's like countries are getting into it. Corporations are putting it on their balance sheet now. This is not just a speculative asset anymore. And again, I'm jumping ahead. We're talking about my comic.
Yeah, okay. We're closing out the comic conversation because we got to get into mansplaining because you just keep mansplaining anyway.
I know. It's my nature.
So let's do that. And we pretty much did do it already. Thank you so much to Vulcan Lives for dropping the link again. You guys go check out Frederic's website here. It's super easy. It's retailcomic.com. And I'm pretty sure you have an email list that people can sign up for. So
there's
that when you do decide to launch, they'll know.
Yeah, for sure. And the best thing to do as well is to follow me on Twitter. I do like regular updates on there. I'm very accessible. You can just hit me up, message me, at me. And so I'm setting up the crowdfunding as we speak. So we were talking about like Fund My Comic, Geyser as well. That's going to be interesting. I'm interviewing the guys from Geyser tomorrow live on my channel, Chrissy.
So good. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to be asking them questions in person. That's going to be really cool. And
what time is that, by the way?
It's 1:00 Eastern. So the channel has my name, but it's going to stay on YouTube. So hopefully I can have. Yeah,
that's fantastic because on Fridays there's not a lot going on at that time as far as live streaming goes within whoever I follow. So That's 10 a.m. my time. I'll try to
Cool.
be there.
Cool.
All right. So, Frederic, this is what we're going to do. Normally, I form a question for Mansplain, but we're just going to get into Mansplain and let you keep talking about Bitcoin because it is fascinating to me. And I don't know. I mean, I know stuff, but I really, really don't know stuff.
Well, it's a
So
complicated subject, to be
it
honest.
it really is, and maybe I will form a question, but let's get into Mansplain cause. So if we can just play the stinger, we're done talking about you. We're gonna talk more about Bitcoin.
Mansplaining is about giving back to the community. I personally think it should be called man sharing.
It is true. It is true. Thank you so much to JP Sears for that wonderful stinger that was created like for Mansplain. So
Wonderful. Yeah.
yeah, actually, it wasn't.
Let's
Hey, Levi. Also, major shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for being here tonight. I know I didn't shout you guys out at the beginning. I'm trying to say hi to everybody as they come in to chat. But hello to everybody that's popped in. Abo, just so you know, Doc's Coffee Shop is now on Wednesdays on the Flip City Magazine channel. So make sure you're showing up on Wednesdays over here on Flip City Mag. Just had to say that out loud. Okay, we're still talking about Bitcoin. Now, here's the thing. I do feel like a fucking asshole. I have invested in it a little bit, but I think it was when it was in, the 30,000s.
Okay.
Right?
That's kind of cool.
So, I mean, that's been a couple years.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. My mom got in at around 40K and it went down for the first year. So she was at a loss the first year she was in it. But now she's like 3 times up, so it's a good place to be.
Yeah. I mean, see, that's the thing. Okay, so you said outside of Mansplain that you invested about $300 the first time you did it.
No. So the first time I saw one of my buddies had some Bitcoin and it was valued at $300 the first time.
Oh, okay.
And then I had a buddy of mine who was like nagging me to invest $100 and it was evaluated at $1,000 when I got my first 100. So my first 100 gave me like a tenth of a Bitcoin, which is worth like $11,000 today. So my first $100 is worth 11,000.
That's quite a return on investment.
It's the best investment you can find nowadays, and people are quick to change topics when you talk about it. They kind of ignore it, but it's the biggest thing out there. It beats Wall Street. It beats the S&P by a mile, and you can get into it for just fractions of like for small amounts. You don't even need a booking agent. You don't need anything to get in. You just need an account, maybe a credit card to get in, or you just do a bank transfer, and it's like super accessible to the rich and the poor alike. And
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Is at this point, in order for us to protect this stream, do we need to say this is not financial advice?
yeah, because I'm not going to tell anybody to buy Bitcoin. I'm going to tell you to study Bitcoin. Because when you study Bitcoin, you understand it. And when you understand it, you can see the value in it and make and the decision will be easy once you start understanding what it is.
Well, I mean, as far as, because you said you kind of got into it and then you read and then you got into it more, right?
Yeah.
First off, what was the book that you read and what were the key takeaways from the book to make you understand it as somebody that has coding knowledge?
Okay, so good question. The book I read was called Mastering Bitcoin by Andreas Antonopoulos. And so he's written, so this is a very technical book. He's written other books that are less technical, which I recommend, such as The Internet of Money. That's his other book that's much more accessible. But what I understood is kind of the I understood how it worked with cryptography. So basically, by using the power of computers to sign transactions, that's what made it impossible for governments or militaries to intervene. So it makes it so basically it's powered by mathematics. So
You already
mathematically,
lost me. I'm a girl.
yeah. So that's the technical book. But in other words, I understood that two people could exchange wealth the same way you could exchange bills in person. You could do it, but now over the internet. So I can send you $1 or $1,000,000, and it's the same effort. It's the same transaction. It is the same effort as an email, basically. Because when emails came around, nobody understood what they were, how they worked. And I mean, people still don't understand the underlying technology behind emails because emails are highly complicated uh, to set up if you want to have an email server. It's not an easy thing to do, but everyone can use email. That's super easy. You just got to have the address and then subject and message. Boom, you're good to go. You send an email. We do it many times a day now, and we don't even think about it. We could do it half drunk, half asleep, and it goes out. Doesn't always go out to the right person, but that's our fault. But Bitcoin is the same thing. You get somebody's address, receive address, and you can send them on whatever amount that you want that you have. And there's computers out there that will verify that you legitimately have the amount that you want to send, and they're going to make sure that that it's registered in what's called the ledger. It's called the blockchain, but the blockchain is just a fancy way of saying an electronic ledger, right? So it's the oldest thing in the world. Like the oldest forms of writing, cuneiform, they were just ledgers of money. Like I bought 2 goats and it cost me 1 cow, right? And I put it on a tablet for me, and you got a copy on your tablet. Bitcoin is the same thing, right? Except I can't go in and fake a tablet, right? That's the thing is because of cryptography, because of the highly secured computer mathematics behind it, you can't fake a Bitcoin. So Bitcoin becomes the hardest money to, it's the hardest money in the sense that you can't make a fake Bitcoin.
Right.
You can make fake gold, right? If you find tungsten, tungsten has the same weight as gold. So if you take a bar of tungsten, you cover it with a sheet of gold, it's unrecognizable from gold. It has the same weight, same texture, same color, and countries have been known to fake gold transactions with tungsten.
On that note, real quick, as far as like Fort Knox goes, do you think that's full of tungsten wrapped in gold leaf?
Who knows what's in there? Some people speculate that it's just like servers in there now. Who knows? But the thing is, you can verify the amount of Bitcoin there is by just asking the question in your computer. You can say, okay, give me the totality. No, with the actual Bitcoin program, it'll tell you how many Bitcoin are in circulation, and you can look at all the addresses, and every amount that's in every address is available to the public. It's open completely. Transparent.
Okay. All right. Now, when you say, every transaction to every address, so on and so forth, is there any way to dox people that way?
Yes.
Oh.
So the way it works is Bitcoin is what's called pseudo anonymous. So you have addresses which are just a bunch of letters and numbers. They're listed with the amount of Bitcoin that's in the address, right? Addresses are just like a bank account in that sense. Now, if no one knows your address, no one knows who that belongs to. So you could just see numbers and letters without knowing who it's attributed to. But if you tell people, like companies will do, they'll say, well, we have this amount of Bitcoin, here are our addresses. People now know your address and they can follow where the Bitcoin came from and where it's going to, because that is public. So if you tell people your address, sorry, I'm hitting my nose a lot because I got like cat hair. I'm not
Oh, dude,
I'm not a coke addict.
Thank God. I was like, he's just a cat addict, you guys.
I just have a cat who's like got a lot of hair in the air. I don't do
I feel
cocaine.
ya. I
I
think
wouldn't have
I
any
think any
Bitcoin left
cat
to give you.
owner totally believes you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really care if you believe me, but I just wanted to put it out there.
Exactly, because you're a Bitcoin millionaire, and you're like, "Fuck you
Well,
guys, I'm rich.
Well,
I'm
that's the
rich,
thing.
bitch."
It does give you fuck you money, and I'll tell you that it does change the relationship because Bitcoiners kind of have a saying, GM and GFY. It's like good morning and go fuck yourself. Because we can all tell each
it.
other to go fuck yourself because we're not dependent on people for that. You know, we do most Bitcoiners, especially Bitcoiners who've been in it for a while, they have true independent wealth. And that gives you freedom and that gives you time. And that changes your personality a little bit. That gives you autonomy and that gives you a bit of carelessness and to speak your mind freely. Because if you are dependent on an employer and on your beliefs online, you know, you got to be careful what you say. Like if I was working for a
Interesting.
company like Ubisoft or something, I would like, okay, well, I can't say these things. Can't talk about the woke poke because if they hear
Of
about it,
course.
I'm going to get a
Yeah.
call into HR, and you know, I don't even want to hint about it because it might hurt my chances to get a promotion. And when you're a Bitcoiner, you can tell people to go fuck themselves freely because,
Okay. Well, how often have you told people to go fuck themselves? You
well,
seem like a very kind person.
yeah,
Like,
no, I mean, I tell my friends to go fuck themselves because
oh well.
they know that they know what it means. They know that I'm it's not full of hate. It's not
That's called ball busting, and it really is kind of like the
yeah,
way we show love.
yeah. And Bitcoin is like even strangers among Bitcoins say that because they kind of understand it's a meme, if you will. It's a meme that says, I don't have to try to please you. I don't have to put on a facade to try to be a nice person, to try to, get you to like me. I can just be honest with you, tell you what I think, and you can decide for yourself if you want to like me or not. Because I don't depend on making connections to be well off in the world. I have something else.
Sounds like a lovely place to live. And while we are not Bitcoin of investors, we've invested in ourselves with Flip City Magazine. It's basically the same thought process of like go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
And we've basically lost a lot of subscribers for that attitude.
Yeah. Yeah. I
It's like,
mean,
wow, you really do have lines to toe everywhere.
yeah, it's like I don't have a whole lot of subscribers either. I'm not cajoling and trying to be the nicest guy in the world, but I I am as honest as I can be with people. I try to present something honest, and I think I do add value. Like I think if more people knew about this, they'd be better off. They'd be better off. Everybody would be better off. We'd be one step closer to getting rid of the Federal Reserve. We'd be getting away from the debt. Uh, the economy would be thriving if more people got on it. But of course, people just usually have a cynical view. Oh, you just want people to buy your bags, and you'll be better off because they can. You'll get like
Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny though? The cynical view often comes from the people, the powerless, right? Or, the
Mhm.
regular guy. But the people that feel that same way are often not that cynical about our governmental overlords. It's like, oh, well, they rose to power. So, they deserve my respect and esteem. And
Yeah.
it's like, no. And also, it's the same type of people that are, during COVID are chomping the bit to like report their neighbor to the police for breaking guidelines or whatever. And it's like, dude, every a large segment of, and this is my own opinion, of course, a large segment of, the normie population, um, distrusts their neighbor while trusting the people that are actually bending them over. And
Yeah.
it's so sad.
Yeah.
You know?
It's sad and it boggles my mind. Like I can't wrap my mind around that. But I think people are misinformed. People were educated by the same people who are bending them over, right? It's like it's the government who is educating everybody.
That's
Um,
true. I
I
mean,
mean,
they did it on purpose.
yeah, it's made that way because people can profit from it. They they knew that the banks knew that if they printed their own money, people would get angry and come at them with pitchforks. And the government knows that if they did the same, if they printed their own money, people would come at them with pitchforks. So what they did is they just split it in two. It's an agreement between the two. So the government says, we're not printing the money, it's the banks. And the banks say, well, we can't print money out of thin air. We need government approval. We need government bonds to value that. So it's just stealing from you with extra steps. The government creates a fake need. Well, we have to support a war in this country. Let's, let's vote on a bill. We'll create bonds and we'll take our bonds to the bank. The bank will print bills. Well, they don't actually print bills. They just type it up in a computer now. And boom, voila, it's done. Now your money's worth half as much as it was the previous day because of government policy.
Well, let me ask you this about Bitcoin. So how much of like its value or perceived value or things like that? I mean, I know it's on a blockchain and all of that, and you have the ledger, so on and so forth. But how much of it, like its value, has to do with actual confidence from the average Joe Schmo?
Well, it has
That
to
it's a
do.
thing.
It has to do well. You don't need the confidence of the average Joe Schmo. You need the confidence of the Joe Schmo who's buying and selling Bitcoin.
Oh, okay.
So people that hold it know its value, which is why most Bitcoiners don't sell it. They're like, I'm going to wait till it's worth more because most Bitcoiners think, well, first of all, they don't want to. They're not waiting for a number to sell it because what are we going to sell it for? Paper money? Like that's worthless.
Right.
So they're just keeping their wealth in Bitcoin, and they want to pass it down to future generations. Bitcoiners see Bitcoin as generational wealth. They see it as something that they're going to pass on to their children, their children's children, and the dynasty that they're building with their family lineage.
Okay, now you had just said, you're not exchanging it for paper money, but as far as using it to buy goods and services, people are, Bitcoiners are doing that, right?
Yep. So you could do both. So you could change it back into dollars to go buy groceries, right? So you do that, but you spend just the amount that you need to get what you want. So Bitcoiners have a saying, kind of like, the only things you should be selling your Bitcoin for is for things that will have like a life-changing impact, right? So you're not going to sell it for a car because your car is going to lose half of its value driving off the lot, and it's never going to gain value. It's only going to lose value. So Bitcoiners are there's a meme where Bitcoiners have the most rusted up, oldest car you can imagine, and they have like they wear old underwear with holes in them because they value their Bitcoin more than buying a new pair of underwear. So there's also a meme that says Bitcoiners don't have chairs because if you truly believe in Bitcoin, you'd sell your chairs for Bitcoin. Now, this is not a real thing in real life. It's just a meme, but it goes to say how much that they value the Bitcoin in the sense that you won't spend it for frivolous things. So things that you might be frivolous upon with your paycheck or your dollars, you won't be with Bitcoin because your dollars are going to be worth less next year than they are now. So you might as well spend them now because everything's going to be more expensive next year. So, it's cheaper to buy whatever now than wait till next year because your dollars ain't going up. They're stable, but they're on a sliding towards zero kind of way. Whereas Bitcoin has it's more volatile, but it's volatile going up. So, it's It's like, can you ride a stallion that's not entirely tamed? If it'll get you, somewhere fantastic over the mountain, or you just want to slide down the mud slope in, a steady slide, but you're going to end up with the pigsty. It's an improvised metaphor, but it kind of
Fascinating metaphor. In fact, I was like, I know he just made this up on the fly, and I'm like, okay, yes, beautiful on the mountaintop. Oh, he ended up in pig shit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is people are like, well, it's way too volatile because dollars are stable. Yeah, they're stable going to zero. Like it's like going on a very nice and steady slide towards the bottom, but you're just going to poverty because people ask, well, is Bitcoin a get rich scheme? It's like no, but it's a don't get poor slowly scheme.
Right, right. Oh wow. So my actual Twitter tweet today that I did to promote the stream, it kind of worked.
What was that reference to?
What you said. It's not a get rich scheme, but it's also a get not poor slow scheme.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Yeah.
100% true. Yeah, because if you want to get rich with Bitcoin quickly, you're going to be disappointed because it's
Well, I
very
mean, you missed the boat at least
well.
because plenty of people did in the
No,
beginning.
no. I mean,
Yeah, didn't they though?
that's the thing. I thought the same thing at $300. I
Uh-huh.
thought the same. Thought this, and then at $1,000, I realized, well, this train is not going to stop. There's a new train going every 10 minutes, right? So the thing is, but you got to wait. You still got to wait many years for your train to get to destination, right? Because Bitcoin works on 4-year cycles. Every 4 years, the amount of Bitcoin that gets distributed is cut in half. So if you got to get on your train and then wait your 4-year cycles. And when you've been through enough cycles, then your worth has increased and you've got freedom money. But you got to get on the train. If you keep watching the train go by, it's not helping you. You got to get started at some point, right? And but the
Okay.
train's never going to stop. Bitcoin's always going to increase in value. Now, is it going to be as volatile as the early days? No, it's going to be less volatile, but it's still going to increase. It's still going to be worth more than $1, and it's still going to be worth more than any return that any bank can give you with interest. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, that is for sure, for sure. All right. I think final question on Bitcoin, although I would not be surprised if we just keep talking about it in the future segments because it's turned into a Bitcoin stream. Everybody, we've got Frederic Guimont here. That I really wanted to say your last name that way. I
It's
apologize.
it's good. It's good. You say it with a
Um,
smile. That's all that counts.
okay. Nope. I think we're just gonna end mansplain because I've been drinking tonight, and so the thought like completely left my head because I'm super duper excited to get into conspiracy corner with you, and this may even be an extended conspiracy corner because we skipped fanboy for us. So cause if we can just get into conspiracy corner, let's do this.
Let's do it.
I wanna live with a conspiracy girl. I could be prepping the rest of my life with a conspiracy girl.
Those weren't aliens.
That's beautiful.
All right, you guys. So I normally have my protective tinfoil hat, which I have misplaced, but this is what we're doing. I'm putting on an imaginary blockchain hat tonight, and this is gonna totally this is gonna we're protecting the stream, okay, with blockchain tonight. And we're going to talk as much conspiracy as you're up to tonight, Frederic. And it's kind of a game. We've got a wheel. It's got a ton of subjects on it.
Oh,
And
nice.
we're going to bring the wheel up. and I'm going to explain how the wheel works. Most
Oh, I'm gonna
people,
get in trouble. I'm gonna get in
yeah,
trouble.
I hope we do.
Yes.
Like I always beg for freaking trouble. All right. So here's how the wheel works. We've got all these topics here, and you get 3 spins. How the spins work are you can choose to stay with your first or second topic, but if you choose to spin a final third spin, you're stuck with whatever topic it is. But it's also why I love having creatives like you on that make up weird analogies about pig shit. Um, is you can, even if you don't know anything about the topic, you can make shit up.
I'm reading about them and I know something about each of them. So
I'm sure you do. I mean, this is a Christie created wheel. It's not too deep. So, do you understand how the wheel works?
yeah. So do I
And
click or is it
we're not that technologically advanced.
okay?
We're not on the blockchain
Yet.
yet. So when you're ready to spin, just tell Cause you're ready to spin.
I'm ready as I'll ever be. Let's go,
All right.
Cause. Hit me. Oh yes, yes, Queen. Oh man, it's one of my favorite topics.
Oh,
Let's see.
dude. So are we sticking with the first topic?
Oh, I'm sticking to Giants, man.
Let's do
Giants.
it.
Giants are in my comics. See, I told you we're going to go into conspiracies, and I'm going to bring it back to comics because I always do the opposite, Chrissy. It's always opposites with me. See, Giants. I don't know. Well, see, that's the thing. Yeah. See, that's the thing is we're trying to go into conspiracies and I'm gonna bring it back to my comic because I've got giants in my comic book because I love conspiracies as well, and I've tried to weave them into my stories because I think they're very fascinating and enlightening because giants are real. It's not a mythical thing. It's not a fantastical thing. It's a super factual thing, and they're trying to hide the truth, which makes you wonder why. Why would they hide the truth about giants?
Exactly. Go on though. How are they hiding it, and what proof do you have? Like,
Okay, so first of all, the proof, at least the thing that got me saying, wait a minute, is because, and I've been drinking too, so I might be searching for my words a little bit.
no, that's
But
fine. This is what creative chaos is all about. Get more chaotic, please.
first of all, if you look at old newspapers, they have records of the finds they had of giants and their heights. So it's a fact if you look at old sources. Uh, Self-destructs Tartario. Let's fucking go. You know it, man. You know it.
Yes. Oh, I missed that. I missed that well, kind of the same
See,
thing.
it's all back to comics, Chrissy. You can
Yeah.
opposite day.
Um.
And so the
Yeah.
thing about
Oh wait,
that
hold on, real quick. Because you had mentioned, old publications. By old publications, what do you mean?
newspapers.
Like from when?
Oh, the 1800s.
Okay, go on.
Yes. So the thing that got me thinking was like just the reasoning with the Smithsonian. So from what I understand, and correct me, chat, if I'm mistaken, because I often am, but most of the time I'm not. So let's dig into it. So what we've been noticing in the modern times, or what the official verdict is about giants, is giants are not real because the Smithsonian tells us they're not real because they go by all the bones that are found of giants and then they analyze them and they tell us, well, we've concluded they're not real. Okay, so think about this for 2 seconds. Okay. They go by the bones, then they analyze them and they conclude they're not real. Now, if you were going to buy something, would you analyze it before or after you buy it?
Well, I mean, if they're buying it with Bitcoin, they're rich, so they're rich, bitch. So they have money to burn.
So the thing is, they always come to the fact that they're not real after they bought them. They never go to a fine and say, aha, you tried to sell us giant bones and they're not real. No, they always buy and seize the bones. And then the bones are no longer accessible. They disappear from public record, and then they can solemnly announce that they were fake. But nothing tells us that they were fake. Like in the historical context, um, you know, even in the Bible, there's lots of references to heights, and people will be quick to dismiss the Bible, especially if you're not a believer. But I've realized in recent years the Bible is more true than I thought it was. Way more.
Well, just kind of on that top, two things actually. Um, and I'm going to try to remember the second thought because you're going to have to respond. Number one is, why is it always the Smithsonian? Like, is that literally the only, place giant bones can go? And why does everybody like say, oh, it's the Smithsonian? I mean, that seems like a psyop to me. Do you agree?
Yeah, agree. I mean, some people, it's not just the Smithsonian. I mean, some people have kept, I mean, there's a person who has kept a finger, a giant finger, as proof because he knew or had a hunch that it would disappear and he kept it, photographed it. So there's lots of photographs. We have Chrissy, we have a video of a Japanese giant. It's a video of him like he's like twice or three times the height of a Japanese, and you're going to tell me, well, the Japanese are not that high. It's to start with. I know, but it's like three times the height of a Japanese person. And it's an authentic video from, I think it's either early 1900s or late 1800s. And he's not exactly shaped like a human. It's not just a person that was like, it's not exactly a normal human with a higher height. He's got various proportions that are slightly off from you and me. And it's the one video I've seen of giants existing. We also see some videos of giants on mountains, and those are harder to prove because it's just a silhouette in the distance, but you can tell by the distance that it's not as high, that they're much higher than a person. So yeah, I've come to be convinced for all those reasons, historical newspaper records of the height of giants, proofs, photographic proofs of people keeping like fingers of giants. There's also a tale of the Afghanistan uh, giants who were like red-haired giants with six fingers who might have
Well,
been descendants of Nephilim. Who knows?
Well, isn't that the thing? Aren't most giants like described as red-headed, or am I just thinking about the Afghanistan ones?
Well, I mean, I don't know all about it. The Japanese giant was in a video in black and white, and I think so. It's hard to say what color hair he had, but I think he had dark hair, if I'm remembering correctly. But that's a unique case from Japan. So maybe red haired is a common trait. I wouldn't know. And a lot of them are being found. It's just the remains are being found in America. Like lots of giants were found in America. If you read the old newspaper clips of that, and we're quick to dismiss it. Modern science, which I was brought up to believe, like they held the truth, and now I realize everything they've ever brought forth has just been allied with just a thin layer of truth and a mountain of lies underneath. It's very disappointing and disheartening to find out that a lot of what you learn in your childhood, in your life, has just been a mountain of lies.
Yeah, well, just talking about the lies, right? And I think that's what I think it's kind of the beginning of becoming the conspiracy theorist is discovering a lie or two and then pulling on threads and then diving down way too many rabbit holes and then questioning your sanity, blah, blah, blah. Anybody watching this show, I'm thinking has had similar experiences, uh, triggered by one thing or another. Mine in particular was 9/11. Um, God bless 9/11. You know, I mean, fucking tragedy, but it woke so many people up.
Oh, you know what I was doing on 9/11 the morning of?
Smoking weed?
No, it was early in the morning. I was actually working on a comic book. See, I told you I was going to bring everything back to comics.
No, it's fine.
And I was watching The Matrix on VHS.
No.
Yeah, and when the VHS was done over with, you know, the final songs and the credits, I see the two towers with like smoke coming out. I'm like, it's pretty early in the morning for an action movie to be playing on TV. That was
Yeah.
like my first thought. And then they showed the Twin Towers and then Osama bin Laden. And I was like, that is so 1984. They're just like showing the event and then showing the perpetrator immediately. Like they've solved it all in 2 seconds. I was like, that is so 1984. That was like my morning on 9/11.
Fascinating. I was woken up because you're Eastern time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was woken up by a friend who had a father that was living in New York because I'm Pacific, saying, "Oh, we're under attack. We're under attack." And then within 1 year, I was like, that's the thing. I never questioned shit before 9/11. And I swear, I think there were other outer worldly spiritual powers just saying, Christy, this shit ain't right. Right. And then I met my husband who had previously been listening to Alex Jones for 10 years. Met my husband, had our first date. And one of the first things I said to him was, I feel like 9/11, there's like things to like question. And he's like, oh my God, you have things to listen to.
I thought you were going to
It was
say
a
it. That's what he proposed.
it took us another 10 years.
Oh, that's
but
good.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. I think we're good with giants, but here's the thing. I love conspiracy corners so much, and there's so many topics on here. I'd like to ask, would you like to do another spin?
Yeah, don't I get 3 spins?
No, your 3 spins were at the beginning.
Oh,
it's so you told me you understood the wheel when you didn't.
well, I don't understand a whole. The only thing I understand is Bitcoin, Chrissy. Bitcoin and comics. That's the
You
only
know
thing.
that works for me and creative chaos. Cause if we can bring the wheel back up, I'm gonna give Frederic another spin, maybe in another one after this because he's making up fucking rules over here, and it
This
doesn't
is so
matter.
much fun. Yeah, I want my 3 spins. Damn it!
All right, we're doing 3 spins, you guys. No matter how late we go tonight. Are we gonna land on lizard people? We went from giants to lizard people.
I thought we were going to hit fluoride for a second because that one's solved. They solved fluoride this year. The newspapers, the scientific journals declared it a neurotoxin. Was it this year or last year? Recently. It's a recent thing.
All right. Well, listen.
But we're on lizard people. So
hold on though. I have to re-explain the wheel, how the wheel actually works. Normally on Creative Chaos, everybody gets one spin. I mean, everybody gets like one topic, right?
Yeah.
And it's decided by the wheel. You get 3 spins on the wheel. You can choose to stay with the first or second, but you're stuck with the third if you spin it a third time. But you know, we're throwing the wheels out. We're throwing the wheels and the rule out tonight. So, you can spin again if you want another topic to talk on right now. Or we can talk about lizard people.
I'm fine to talk about lizard people, but I hope I get a third spin as well.
Okay, we're changing the rules tonight, you guys. We're doing 3 spins.
That's right.
And he's sticking with the first topic no matter what it is.
I could do any topic on this
right.
wheel. Lizard people,
Frederic, I just have to pause you for 1 second.
Yes. I'm ready to go.
This is why I love Creative Chaos. I have to grab myself a beer. And you're fucking running my show for the 30 seconds it takes me to go get it. So I'm gonna highlight you. You talk on lizard people, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Lizard people is the one that I don't have any assurance in this one. I have a lot of doubts, but you know, it's like I first heard of the lizard people through David Icke. I think a lot of people, that was the thing, right? David Icke talked about some like people he talked to who were involved in these like satanic organizations, mind control victims, and they had seen people morph into lizards. So that's where the information comes from for most people, I believe. It's the testimony of mind controlled people who saw shape shifting individuals. Now, I did see some weird stuff on video as well, but never full out lizards, never anything satisfying. Like I saw, what's his name? Like the CEO of Pfizer, I think he had like a big like frog throat breathing in one interview, which was really strange. But I never saw anybody shapeshifting. I've seen claims of shapeshifting, but they always looked like video, like codec issues. Like I've seen people say, okay, we see the lizard eyes. Oh, I did see one with lizard eyes. That was really weird. But most of them were like, you weren't sure if it was a video issue or if you were actually seeing something. Except this girl, at one point, I saw a video of her, and this was before AI, and she had these she could blink sideways, if you know what I mean. Like an alligator has like an extra protective skin over their eyes, which like they can blink sideways. That's what it means. So that's the most evidence I've ever seen on anything. So I don't have any evidence on lizard people. It's just testimony, and testimony from people who were mind controlled. So it could go either way. Were they reliable testimony from people who were put in situations where only mind controlled people were invited there because obviously you don't want anyone reputable to be in contact with this? Or were they hallucinating because they were mind controlled and this was another part of a hallucination? It could go either way. I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I don't know which it is. I can't bring myself to fully believe lizard people, and I can't bring myself to rule it out either, because there's lots of things. Like there's even this testimony of this guy who was working, he was a technician working in tunnels, and he testified to a war with lizard people in the undergrounds, and he lost fingers and everything, and he died shortly after of a mysterious death, which is always very suspicious. I think that lends more to credibility to somebody's claims than anything else when they're mysteriously killed off shortly after making a testimony. So,
Hey,
yeah, that's where
I'm
I'm at
sorry,
with lizard people.
Frederic. One thing I've discovered about you tonight is you're a fucking fence sitter, dude. You're like splitting everything 50-50. It's very rude and not chaotic nor conspiracy cornerish.
Hey, I'm not 50-50 on Bitcoin, I'll tell you that.
Well, if you have to split it between comics, you are.
Well, comics are the most amazing thing in the world. Like you can draw everything in comics. Like you could draw lizard people, you could draw babes and muscly
That
heroes
is
and everything.
true. Okay, so in your comic, are there any lizard people?
So there were initially, but I think
No way.
Of course. Of course,
And then you landed on giants.
Well, no, the giants were always there as well, but like the lizards were kind of protecting the giants. But I kind of like, after seeing the a movie about frog people, I'm like, I should switch up the lizard people to frog people. Frogtown was the movie that kind of inspired me, with Roddy Piper.
I have no idea of that movie.
Oh, you put that on your list right now, Chrissy.
I do have a list. You know what's at the top of my list?
What's that?
Fucking Rocky.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen Rocky yet.
Yeah, but I mean, Rocky's good, but I don't know if you'll have as much impact watching it today. But it is a good movie to watch. It's
And
a
it's called Frogtown.
Frogtown. It's so good. It's a B movie. It's the future where humans cannot reproduce, but they find this one man who has valid sperm in Roddy Piper, the wrestler, same guy from They Live, right? And all the women want to sleep with him, but they have to take him to the fertile women.
Okay.
So, and it's just a beautiful, poetic,
And
metaphor
horny.
for our lives.
It's
Like,
beautiful, poetic, and horny.
yes, it's
Like
perfect
it,
film.
like any kind of good B movie, right?
Yeah, it's fun because it's a B movie. It's something you can enjoy with a good laugh with friends, and you're just gonna have a good time. The acting is terrible. The babes are hot. Roddy Piper is himself. It's a fantastic film.
Well, let me ask you this, because we are talking about lizard people.
Mhm.
If you were to be able to be pushed over that 50-50 fence, where do the lizard people live? And have they always been earth dwelling? Or do they
Well,
come from somewhere else?
they seem to be living underground from everything I've heard. They live underground. They can they can shapeshift into humans, and they hang around with the most powerful people. So they'd be the one pulling the strings and replacing like the royalty, whatever. And there's the whole thing with the blood and royal blood and something like that. So that's where I think they thrive. So
Okay.
underground tunnels, royalty, that kind of jam.
Now, do you like I said, you're on this side of the fence. You're like 80% sure that they exist. Are they like terrestrial beings or aliens?
Well, terrestrial, because
So they've like developed on Earth.
clearly, yeah, underground, and they cannot fight us head on. So they need to manipulate us to create the circumstances where they can lord over us, and we can offer them victims. So blood sacrifice is kind of where they hang out with. So satanic rituals, blood sacrifice, that would be the kind of environment they'd be thriving in.
Okay, so now we're on to blood sacrifice, and we haven't even done our third spin, and I don't even have that on the wheel because that's too dark.
That is very dark.
I love that we're fucking laughing about blood sacrifice. I mean, that's just how Bitcoin red pilled we are.
Well, you have to laugh about it to not cry about it and get into shock, because these are hard things to deal with. So, once you hear about them and you kind of realize, okay, well, there may be some dark things in this world, to be able to talk about it, you got to be able to laugh it off a little bit. I think it makes it palatable.
Agree. And on that note, so basically, Frederic just given us like the best plug for Flip City Magazine. You hear about all this shit and it stresses you out. Basically, we take all of that and we flip it on its head and make you fucking laugh. We
Oh,
have to laugh at it.
Self-Destruct says it's Hell Comes to Frogtown, 1988. So it's not just
Oh, okay.
Frogtown, it's Hell Comes to Frogtown. Thank you.
Okay. I would think though, if I like Googled or asked Grok, Frogtown in the 80s. So,
Yeah.
Self-Destruct, making himself the center of attention again. Thank you.
Shout out.
Love you, Self-Destruct. Okay, cool. We've completely changed the rules for the wheel tonight, and Frederic gets one more spin.
That's right. It's
We're
like
gonna-
Wheel of Fortune.
It is. One more spin. Tell Cause to spin it.
Spin it, Cause. After that, I'm going to solve the puzzle. Love the theme music.
Thank you. It came preloaded into Wheel of Names. I will give you a free spin because this is like it's kind of like baby conspiracy.
Yeah, we covered this earlier in the show, so
Yeah, yeah,
technically
yeah.
we already dove
I'm
into
giving
it.
you a free spin.
Yeah, it's too easy.
It really is.
Tartaria, come on, Tartaria, come on! Yes,
Go! Oh my god! I don't think.
Oh.
Oh, I've only landed on Tartaria with people that had no clue,
It
and so
was
we
meant
just
to
went again.
be.
I can't wait. I can't
It's my
wait.
favorite topic of all time, Chrissy. I've got like a folder like full of pictures under the theme of Tartaria on my
Which a lot of
computer.
people just call old world. Like I feel like there is a stigma with the word Tartaria.
Well, Tartaria is a real place. It's factual. It's not a
Yeah.
theory. It's like it's on maps. It's on old maps. It's on old textbooks. There was the Tartarian language reached America before we discovered America. It's they found the Tartarian language here amongst the people. So let's get into it. Where should we start?
Let's do it. I have no clue. Okay, actually, I do have a question for you. To kind of you know, tip the ball in your direction. When was this kind of concept of old world Tartaria exposed to you? Like, in what form did that come?
Oh, well, this was like recently on Twitter. So probably after the when Elon bought it, kind of lifted the restrictions on it. I think is
Oh,
when I started seeing pictures of this coming around. But Tartaria was hidden from us starting in 1945 in Moscow. They had a council where they decided to erase it from textbooks because it was
in the
just
40s, huh?
1945
Okay.
after the Second World War. I think it's the Bolsheviks in Moscow came to a decision that they would erase it. So there's a million ways to go with this. It's almost overwhelming. Tartaria is a real place. It's on old maps. If you look at a map from the 1400s, it's very common to see where you would see Russia all the way down to Mongolia on the limits of China would be called Tartaria. And the thing is, the Chinese wall, the big wall of China, is facing the other way. So it's facing China, not protecting China. So it was built on the other side of China. So it's probably a Tartarian wall. And when I was in art school, they would talk about architecture. It never made any sense to me because I think it doesn't make sense, architecture. We talk about Greco-Roman architecture, but you see Greco-Roman in everywhere, in Japan, in America, in Washington, in Russia, in Europe, of course, as well as in Rome and the Vatican. It's everywhere. And the buildings are similar, the structures are similar, and the buildings keep getting destroyed.
Give me I have to just kind of
Yeah, you have to
interject
stop me because
there.
I'm going to keep going.
Well, no, I have to interject. If
Please
you
do.
could
Yes.
a little bit mansplain, what are the signifying things of Greco-Roman architecture? Like what? Like the pillars?
Yeah, right. Pillars, huge stone buildings with dome rooftops, anything that you would see in Washington, right? All government buildings. We have huge, beautiful stone structures here in Quebec, like a beautiful building, a dome top, everything is in stone with pillars, and it's called the post office, right?
Right. And well, that's the thing too. All of these buildings, the most beautiful buildings, they're all government owned.
They're post offices, high schools, sanitariums, right? All things that you could build with wood.
Courthouses.
Yeah. So the theory goes that these buildings were not built but found. Right? We say founded,
Founded. Yes, I love
but
founded.
you could drop the ed. They were found. They were found in the middle of fields, and they were found with the the first level covered in mud. Because what goes with the Tartaria keyword is the mud flood keyword. So all these buildings, and we have them in Quebec, like we have churches, we have a castle in Quebec, and the first floor is underground and it has windows. Why do you need to put windows in your underground floor, Chrissy?
Well, are the windows exposed?
Well, they dug around them, but they're barely exposed now. And I asked somebody who was working at the Chateau Frontenac, the castle here in Quebec,
Ooh,
and
speak more French to me, baby.
oui, oui, chérie. And so I asked him, so what's the theory with these floors, these first floors? Well, he said, well, it goes back to the time when they were installing the sewer system. So they didn't dig back then. So they would build all the pipes and they would just cover the whole city in dirt instead of digging them underground. Because, it's much simpler to cover the whole city in dirt than to dig pipes and put them into the ground, right? That makes total sense, right? So it's these things that don't make sense. We're going back to pattern recognition. We're going back to connecting the dots. If you zoom back to the 40,000 foot view, it doesn't make sense. None of it does. You have buildings in America that are the same exactly structural as in Japan from periods where they didn't connect to each other.
Okay, so you basically went to the underground thing. Can we talk a little bit about the domes and the materials that they're made of and the theory that's built behind that?
Free
That's
energy.
that's one of my favorites about
Yeah.
this.
That is the most empowering fact there is. Because they're all copper. They've got mercury in little balls inside there, and it's the same structure as basically a spark plug is in your car. So the theory goes that you can get electricity from the differential in the air to the ground, and you can amplify that electricity with technology. And people used to have, and that's the biggest secret with Tartaria, is that you could have free energy and everybody had electricity in their house. Well, I say everybody, I mean the buildings that were set up for that, not necessarily literally everybody, but buildings could access electricity directly from the air with a copper dome. You'd have mercury inside one of the domes that would function with because when you put electricity on mercury, it starts to spin. You can amplify that. And you'd have copper wiring in the house. And get this, they would have like fireplaces, quote unquote, in their libraries. Would you keep a fireplace right next to where you keep your paper books? And all the fireplaces, none of them had any burning in it. And that's where the idea would be that fireplaces would not be used to put logs in that we burn as we know of today, but they'd have some other usage, whereas they would connect with the air, and they'd have I believe they would use, as the theory goes, they would use radium. Radium was a big key in the puzzle of free energy, because everyone is absolutely fearful of radium today. If you see radium, you most likely reaction would be to like back away and be scared of having radiation poisoning. Yet I've seen a video of a man who's a specialist in radiation take radium and swallow it to prove to people that it's not dangerous. You in the 1800s, there's if you look at newspapers from the period, there's lots of advertisement of ladies' socks being made with radium, makeup made with radium. Radium was in everything, it would
I
seem.
did not know this. But nylon's in everything now.
Yeah, which is plastic from petroleum, which apparently is scarce, except we never seem to run out of it, do we?
Oh, good point.
It's the most scarce thing we always have enough of.
Why do I do this show? It's because I bring on a bunch of fucking weirdos talking about lizard people, mercury balls, and copper. Or wait, hold on. What are the domes made out of again?
I think the
Not
domes
copper.
were made of copper.
They
It's
are copper.
Yes, I believe so. The thing is, they would have antennas, and they would. So the official story of the antennas was that they were flagpoles, except all the old pictures from the 1800s, none of them have flags on them, and they systematically dismantle them. And all the oldest buildings always get destroyed in world wars. And we have
That
a
well, and fires isn't fires
well,
like the
yeah, well,
big thing?
fire, it will burn through stone buildings like nothing else, Chrissy. It's amazing
That's what I've heard.
how fire just burns through stone. I don't understand how that works, but I keep getting told that's how they go out.
Well, let me ask you this because um I think one of the top people, and I guarantee you he's not the best, but he's got a big following. One of the top people that when I started kind of looking into the whole old world Tartaria thing, I came across my lunch break. But you, like, where, if you were to like direct anybody that has no clue about this, where they should go to get like more information about old world and all the shit we're talking about, because it does sound insane for somebody that has no primer, right? But once you look
Right,
into
right.
it is mind-blowing if you have an open mind.
Right. Well, Tartaria is one of the most beautiful conspiracy theories to get into because
I think so
it
too.
unlocks just a beautiful, picturesque because there's no horror, right? You're not searching for horrible things with blood sacrifice. You're just seeing beautiful structures that were supposedly made with hammer and chisel, but at the same time that we were building like wooden shacks in the cowboy period, like it makes no sense. Like how, especially if you look at the Indian structures that seem to work as machines at the same time. And it's astounding. So basically, you got to tell me what the question is again, because I just get lost in this topic so much. Yeah.
Oh
So
no,
how do you
yeah,
find?
no,
Right,
like who would you
right,
suggest as like a primer for
right.
people to go look at?
Okay. So the name doesn't come to immediately to mind, but I would advise people to just search these two keywords. So obviously you're going to search for Tartaria, but add mud flood to it. So if you search Tartaria and mud flood, you're going to get the best stuff. You're going to see beautiful old
Would they
buildings.
do this on YouTube or
Uh,
somewhere
yeah,
else?
YouTube and Twitter is the best place to go looking for it. I don't think it's controversial enough that it's being censored like other topics are.
Well,
Um,
because it seems so insane.
It seems insane. Oh, another one to search for is star forts.
Oh, I love star forts too. Oh my god. The just like Google Earth views of star forts.
Yeah.
It's mine. It's all this stuff that like holy shit, if the education system was just truthful and real, like it's basically hidden history.
Yes, exactly. We have a couple of star forts here in Quebec. One on the North Shore, which is a military structure, and one on the south, which was totally covered up and is now a golf course. Some of the most famous star forts are the Statue of Liberty is on a star fort. It's a very tiny one, though it's kind of disappointing when it comes to star forts. But if you Google star forts, it's amazing. And again, they make no sense. So the official story is that star forts were designed as a defensive structure against powdered attacks, powdered cannons, except most star forts were built before the invention of gunpowder. And if you look at satellite, because you have to look at satellite photos of star forts, that's the only way they make sense. They're absolute geometric perfection. So how could people in medieval times or at the beginning of the invention of gunpowder make forts that are absolute geometric perfection when viewed from a satellite? It looks like the effects you would have in water when you put sound to it. You know what I mean? Like when you put sound on
Ooh,
sand and things like that.
Yes.
You get these geometric shapes that come out. Star
On top
forts.
of a speaker or something.
Yeah, exactly, right? So
Mhm.
those happen very naturally. It's easy for anyone to replicate that. Star forts kind of look like that, which makes me wonder if they were not created with sound or something, you know? But the official explanation that they were built as defensive structures against gunpowder is mind-blowing. Why are they geometrically perfect? Why did they do this before the invention of gunpowder? Could they see into the future? That sounds even more insane. And
Yeah.
add to that a lot of star forts are away from civilization. They're always close to water, which would like add to the water ripple effect. And some of them are nowhere near civilization. They're in the middle of the jungle and things like that. So it makes no sense to build a fort out in the middle of the jungle with no roads to it and things like that. So we go back to Tartaria has that as well. Like you have like these beautiful, perfect buildings like you would see, in Washington, but they're in the middle of a field. What gives? It makes no sense when you think about it. You have to dig into these topics to get the real questions, because if you look on surface level, it makes people uncomfortable because you have
I
to
mean,
question your reality a little bit, a
well,
lot.
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like you hear a lot about black pill, white pill, red pill, and what was it? Gold pill
Orange pill for
or
Bitcoiners, yeah.
orange pill, right? I loved that in this topic you brought up. This is the most beautiful
Conspiracy
conspiracy
theory,
theory.
yeah.
It's a hopeful thing, right?
Well, yeah, because if
Like we actually have this technology here, and I believe it's not alien technology. This was
no,
created by terrestrial fucking beings.
yes,
Like and it was left for us.
and
But it's been co-opted.
so
That's
this
how I feel about it.
100%, and it affects to our knowledge of time, because some of the buildings we have pictures of them before they changed the date on them. They would add an extra 1,000 years on them. They used to be dated in the year of Jesus Christ. They would put J and then the year 986 or J 456, and the J began to be interpreted as a 1. They added 1,000 years on all of these buildings. So this goes to raise the question, that the Dark Ages ever exist, or did we erase 1,000 years of greatness? Some people
Well,
speculate that we
hence
had
the Dark Ages, right?
these absolutely incredible buildings that we cannot replicate today with our fantastical, amazing technologies were built in the Dark Ages, quote unquote.
Yeah,
So
right.
some people think that this was the 1,000-year reign of Jesus Christ, where he was king on earth and had an absolutely perfect kingdom. And now we're in the little season where Satan is reigning for 250 some years. And we have to erase all of this past. We have to erase all of these traces of the greatness so that we can be plunged into despair and
And doesn't it feel that way too?
well, it certainly checks out. I mean, it's a plausible theory to me. Uh, it, it's not beyond questioning for sure. We could still raise a lot of questions about it, but it certainly seems a valid theory that merits investigation at the very least.
I would say that, yes, at the very least, anybody that's out there happening to watch a stream tonight that does not know about Tartaria, like, I will say it again. I fucking love that you said this is the most positive feeling conspiracy theory. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like, yes, I agree. Like, anytime I dig into it, and it's not a ton. I mean, when I first, you know, found out about it, I'm like, oh, look at this, look at that. I'm like, wow, I just like feel good. It's almost like the vibes are connected to it. Like,
Yeah.
once you become aware of it, it's like,
Another
oh my
important
god, I feel uplifted.
Absolutely. Another important keyword is the world fairs. So we had world fairs, which I'll start with the official theory. World fairs were there to create, the technology of the future that was going to come, and these were temporary setups that that were there to display as a fair coming technologies and things that were going to come in the near future. Now, the when you look into it, all these temporary buildings, they were made of very sturdy materials, very complex sculptures, and these were not like plastic tents or anything like that. These were like Greco-Roman buildings with fountains, highly complex fountains that don't accumulate any greenery. And so the alternative theory is that these, what they called world fairs, were actually beautiful elements of a city that were found, and they called them world fairs so they could destroy them after they displayed them. You had world fairs in Paris where they supposedly kept the Eiffel Tower from the World Fair. The Eiffel Tower also had two side towers that you rarely ever see on photographs.
I've never heard of that.
You can find them. They exist. I have them on file. As I say, my favorite folder on my computer is the Tartaria folder. Photos of Paris are absolutely unrecognizable. It looks like the Vatican type structures. The Eiffel Tower has two side towers. These were not meant for beauty. These were technological power stations. They were grabbing electricity from the sky. It was called the City of Light. They have pictures and lithograms of the city lit before the invention of the light bulb.
Well, at this point, I have to ask you how racist you are for like calling out Paris. Okay.
Slightly racist.
No, but for
I am biased
realsies,
being of French heritage.
I've been drinking too much tonight.
Cheers.
Oh, yes, cheers. Have you killed a bottle yet, by the way, sir?
I definitely drank too much, so I'll be feeling it tomorrow morning.
Oh, holy shit. I just keep going back to like it was a profound statement of like this is the most positive thing in kind of in the conspiracy sphere, but I do kind of want to wrap it up with the like kind of prison planet type of thing.
Sure.
All right. So we're talking about Tartaria, but obviously this history has been hidden from us, right? And there's it's literally in our face. We
Yeah,
see it everywhere in our
they
courthouses and things like this.
they
Like,
call them resets.
yeah,
So
okay, that's
they
what I
re,
mean. Yeah.
yeah, they
How
would
did it happen?
they would reset everything. They would bring in. So another keyword that's interesting is the orphan trains.
Oh, yeah, that too.
So you had incredible amounts of orphans from New York that would be driven out into on trains. They called them the orphan trains, and entire cities were rebuilt from the ground up with just orphans and a handful of adults. So how easy is it to rewrite history if your entire population is of the city is made of children, right? You could just
Yeah.
tell them whatever, and children tend to believe what adults will tell them.
Well, I mean, I seem to remember, though, that's the thing with me in particular. I don't deep dive enough because I have a fucking magazine to publish that's quarterly. So like I'm like, okay, I love this, but like I have a lot of work to do, right? But
Now you
the
know
old
why my comic book takes so long to produce.
well, that and Bitcoin. I don't even remember my fucking question. I don't give a fuck. Normally, you guys, uh, Conspiracy Corner takes us to a very low point, but because we ended on Tartaria, it's actually kind of a positive thing. Like, we actually have this technology, and I wouldn't think, and Frederic, you can agree or deny. Um, I would think it's relatively easy to just kind of flip the switch back on. We have all this technology.
Well, yeah, because I mean, some people are doing it on TikTok. People are showing you how to do free energy on like 2-minute videos on TikTok. So you remember, like in high school, they showed you how you could take a battery, take a
I
piece of
didn't
copper.
pay attention.
Well, I'm talking to the listener here, Chrissy.
Okay, good.
So you could take a battery, tie each end with copper, and make a spring around with copper wire around your pencil. That's called a coil. And you put each end of the copper wire on a battery, and you turn your copper coil into a magnet. Well, the thing is, you can do the opposite. You could take a magnet, use coils, and turn them into electricity to power a light bulb. And people have been doing that on TikTok. They show you videos where they take big, powerful magnets that you would, well, not extremely powerful, like just the type of magnets you would find on a speaker, right? A large speaker at home. So you got one that's broken up. You could take a large magnets, you take 2 or 3 of these, and you align them in a specific way where the fields interact. And if you wire it correctly, you can light a light bulb with nothing else than magnets. So free energy, it's out there, it exists, but we're not supposed to believe it's true.
All right. Yeah, I don't think I completely understand.
I don't
I
understand the whole thing either, trust me.
Okay, good. But I do want to bring up these comments because they all came from our wonderful producer, Cosmic Grandpa, while we were having this conversation about Tartaria. Um, Over on Three Beermen, you can find them all over the internet. Just put in Three Beermen. Um, uh, they have a whole series based on my lunch break. It's called Tartaria Sauce, and
Nice.
they had even done a segment on Star Forts on Three Beermen. And he's in Pittsburgh. We have more on that one. So you guys really, I think, also in the spirit of creative chaos and why I love being so connected to Three Beermen, it's not so much about politics and like the division tactics. It's more about like technology and all kinds of fun shit like that. Um, and like I said, Frederic, by the way, normally conspiracy corner brings us down, and I have we have to get into the branding to bring us back up. It's actually opposite this time.
Branding's gonna
We
bring us down.
It is. It is. Because I set something up for us tonight because you're in Canada.
Oh yeah.
All right. And God, I think 2 years ago we published this. It is it's suicide machines, right? Because
Oh yes.
Canada wants you to kill yourself.
The maid service. Yes, they
Yeah.
actually call people up and offer this as a solution because instead of taking 4 months like the regular healthcare service, they can do it quicker in 3 months. So
Yes. Okay, so you get it.
Unfortunately, I do.
You absolutely get it. So I'm bringing up tonight our branding segment. We're Flip City branding you, and because you are a Canadian, you have to help me sell. You have to help me sell one of these suicide machines, and they're going to come up. Your choices are going to
Okay.
come up right now. We have the Swanson Together, the Singling Songbird, the Gurkland Chill Pod, or the Allegro Achiever Series Masterclass. And
Wow,
you
that
you
sounds
have
fancy.
I hope you choose that because I don't think anybody else has chosen it. Which one do you want to help me sell to those poor Canadians that must kill themselves?
Okay, well, let's start with the process of elimination. The Schwanson Together sounds like the cheap thing for everybody. Let's rule that out. That's for the poor people who are going to commit suicide.
Well, down in the South, at least.
The Singling Songbird sounds kind of nice, but it's kind of bland.
It's Chinese made.
Right, exactly. So the Gurkland Chill Pod, again, sounds kind of cool, sounds kind of trippy. I bet they have like color effects and good, techno music to take you out.
It does.
Right? You're gonna have those, acid trippy beats, and maybe you're gonna be taking mushrooms on your way out. So that's gonna be popular. But not everyone can afford the Allegro Achiever Series Masterclass.
And you have to sell it though, sir.
Well, I bet there's some, I think it's going out with a happy ending. That's what it sounds like. It's AA Allegro Achiever. What do you achieve? You achieve a happy ending, my friends. That's if you got to go out, you got to go out good,
All right. Can you read the screen? If you can't, expand it.
Yes, I know. I believe I can read it.
All right, do it.
So the Allegro Achiever Series Masterclass for those looking to puss out of life's great adventure while retaining a touch of class and dignity. May we present the Sultan of Self-Annihilation, the Earl of Euthanizers, the Allegro Masterclass. Exterior design features imported Italian marble. It's all Tartarian, I'm telling you. Accented with gold inlay, because why go out with anything less? I'm improvising here. Lush interior includes luxury memory foam mattress, so your in-laws can have a permanent etching of your silhouette. And memory foam mattress and high thread count Egyptian cotton sheets, because you don't want to go out with fucking plastic nylon. You want to go out like the Egyptian sultans did, The pharaohs, that's how you want to go out. Die with your Bitcoin in class. With hand-carved mahogany cabinetry and touches of genuine Corinthian leather, nothing less, the masterclass is truly created for the discriminating person who's about to cross over. Surprisingly eco-friendly, but who cares? The Masterclass features the lowest carbon emissions of all our models. That's for, the the libs out there. And top of the line auto embalming system, because you want to preserve your beautiful silhouette there. All systems are powered naturally by your sense of accomplishment, and boy, have I accomplished. Features: 7-course final meal auto service with all steak, of course, Tartarian sauce. No pressure unit offer users all time necessary to fade into oblivion at the user's leisures. I hope it comes with a knob that you can control the rate and speed at which you fade into oblivion. I bet it does. Something tells me that it does. Termination method: overdose of self-satisfaction. I am so self-satisfied that you will die of pleasure. That's the way to go out. Change of mind: once you get a load of the good life, you won't be going anywhere. Also, unit is hermetically vacuum sealed. Unlike any other brands, the entire pod is designed to be transported by truck or trailer and installed in your choice of mausoleum. Perks: private bathroom, hot and cold faucets, mini fridge, fully stocked wet bar, comes with 10-year warranty in the event of crypt collapse or vandalism.
Dude.
That's the way to go.
I think the only way that was able to be sold was everything that was not in print. You did quite well, Frederic, and if you didn't know already that helping us sell that Allegro Masterclass, it comes with invitations back to give us more free labor and read more.
I would love to come back, but you got to up the amount of conspiracies that I could spin, because those are rookie numbers, Chrissy.
They are. They really are, dude. Frederic, I'm sliding into your DMs and saying, "Hey, listen. This is the wheel." Like, that's the thing. People are like, the normies are fucking perverts, right? We people are like, help me with my wheel. Help me with this wheel. Tell me like the better stuff to put on this, because I have pretty much promised my audience for maybe 6 months the wheel's going to improve, and I haven't done it. But that's also me invoking my, like, here's why I love being a woman, right? Like, I literally get, and why also I have mansplained. I literally just get to go to men and be like, help me. And they fucking help me. Because that's what they want to do. This is what the fucking feminists want to ruin for me.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
They want to fucking ruin it for me. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm lazy, bitch. Like, I'm gonna tell the man, like, here's what I want to do, and they're gonna like present me with all these ideas, and I'm happy with it. Why should I feel ashamed as a woman being like, hey, listen, I just want to learn and make this better? Isn't that
Absolutely.
fucked up?
It is fucked up. And Self-Destruct asks, are viruses real? They're not real, Self-Destruct. It's
At
the
all?
technology. No, it's the cell towers they put up that create the effect, and they blame it on viruses. And then they roll
Hold
out
on, but we got colds before that, though.
Yeah, but it was always at the rollout of technology. It always coincides with new wireless technology.
I'm gonna suck in my cheeks, both my cheeks. I'm offended.
Good, good.
Anyway, thank you, Frederic. Thank you so much. Hold on. Because often I ask this backstage, but I think it needs to be said once in a while on stage. Did you have fun tonight?
Oh, absolutely. But I didn't know the show was only 5 minutes long.
We've been live an hour and a half.
Wow. It felt like,
No, 2.5 hours.
whoa. It felt like 5 minutes. I was just waiting for the second half to start.
Why do you make me love you?
I make you love you long time. Long time. I'm going to slide in your DMs with lots of pics of Tartaria and Starforge.
Yes, do that. Okay. Frederic sliding in my DMs with Tartaria sauce. And then I'm going to slide in your DM saying, hey, help me make my wheel better. I don't like it. I do like it, but I don't like it because I'm married. And I get my satisfaction from my husband.
That's right.
Although he does not like my lunch break. He's like, that guy's a douchebag.
John Levy is the name I forgot earlier. So if you want good Tartarius stuff, and the guy like speaks like Bob Ross, like he has a soothing, calming voice. You can like fall asleep to his videos. He talks about
Does he
Tartarian.
paint dome towers? Does
No,
he
but
paint
he shows you pictures of Tartaria stuff and he asks questions. So he doesn't sound like a conspiracy nut. He just sounds like a curious fellow you'd like to hang out with.
I have an idea though.
John Livy
for,
is his name.
for any artist that wants to make like a huge thing on TikTok, and you can tell me if this wouldn't work, but I think it would on like TikTok with shorts and all this. Artist, you're talking about Tartaria while drawing or painting it. Would that not like even time lapsed? Like, here's how these things. Has that been done?
It could. I don't know. I'm barely on TikTok. Although while I was on it, I was looking at free energy stuff, and that absolutely fascinated me. And Reverend Self Destruct, you're right. John Levy on Tartario. That is an excellent resource. I haven't watched him in a while, and that's a shame because he's such an interesting fellow, and he's just got well-rounded, well-founded questions. Because that's the thing with Tartaria. It's not a theory. It's kind of just a collection of pictures and questions.
Okay.
More than a theory, you know?
All right. So this is the comment that you're speaking
Yes. On YouTube, John Levy, you will not be disappointed.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. I have to say this because I'm a woman and a compliment was given to me. My producer says I'm rocking it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. I just want to keep talking to you. How much more time do you have?
Let's spin another shot on the wheel. Let's see.
Do you want to?
Yeah, let's break that wheel, Chrissy.
All right, let's break the fucking wheel. Because, well, I have to tell you, like behind the scenes, I have to remain respectful of my producer's time.
Oh,
but because he just told us I'm rocking it, I'm like, okay, cause you're stuck until at least midnight tonight.
Let's do it. I gotta go pee though. I'm gonna go pee, and then we can.
You go pee.
We can spin the wheel.
And I'm gonna promote for 1 second.
Nice.
All right. So you guys, if you don't know much about Flip City or what we're doing over here, we are a comic satire magazine. You if you came in within the last 10 minutes, you saw a little piece we did a couple years ago about suicide machines, and I assigned that to the wonderful Frederic Guimont because he's Canadian. He's Canadian, and we know they are pushing people to basically commit suicide. That's fucked up, right? So we have to make fun of it. Flip City did it a couple years ago. So if you don't know much about us, just go to flipcitymag.com. You're going to learn all kinds of great shit about us. And I'm having a great time with our guest tonight. And of course, the chat. And Frederic's back. Put him back on. I'm like, I feel so shy when I'm like full screen. Put Frederic back on. He's much smarter than me. Damn it.
I'm here.
Cosmic Grandpa. Stop keeping me full screen. You're making me very uncomfortable. Vulcan, thank you
I'm
so
back
much.
and I'm
Sorry,
inebriated.
the producer had to pee too.
What, you don't keep a bottle under there? It's a trade secret, you know? Keep.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you, producer.
I am going to interrupt this with like really, as I feel, super low energy stuff because we're both kind of involved in the indie publishing scene,
Oh,
and
that's
this is
low energy.
something.
Yeah.
All right, so
Dark
this
forces of indie publishing, right? Man.
I fucking don't even know, Frederic, because you were there that night that I was like denouncing it all, not even knowing what I was denouncing, right? Like it literally, like fucking literally bums me out, like brings my energy down to like super dark low places. Is like I found this group of people that are like trying to fight back through independent publishing
Yeah.
a thing, right? And
Yeah.
I'm like, and I've met so many fucking awesome people. Like pretty much everybody I've met is awesome.
Yeah.
Right? But there's also this like it feels to me a dark force behind it to be like, "Oh, drama." And I don't even want to fucking deal with it.
No, it's like
And
monkeys singing
it
shit.
kills my fucking heart. How do you deal with it?
Well, I just see it like we're in the jungle and there's these monkeys on each side who are throwing their shit around. And you just have to, try to avoid getting shit thrown on your head. I don't know how I've been able to avoid it. I don't partake in the drama, but I like kind of walk both sides. You're going to say you're a fence sitter. I'm going to say I just
That
like.
was just me fucking with you.
No,
Go.
I know, but I could see it as well. But like even on both sides, there's people who are just throwing names and calling each other names and shit slinging and all that. But I just like to talk about comics. I'm enamored with the medium. I'm enamored with the creation. I'm enamored with that stuff. I love to find out where people get their ideas. And I'll invite people from both sides. And I've invited people that are the absolute arch enemies of some of my friends. And my friends will be, hey, heads up, this guy, such and such, this and this. And I'm like, oh, damn, I didn't know this. But I kind of avoid the drama conversations. I talk about them. How'd you get into comics? What's your process like? Because everybody's got shit to sling. And you know what? It seems to work for them because the drama seems to get the clicks and seems to get the views.
But shouldn't we stand up against that though?
Well, if you stand up, you're gonna get hit by shit. So you gotta
Well,
crouch down.
yeah.
You gotta walk
But
away.
like as far as somebody that really wants to do right, because that's something I've been wrestling with myself.
Well,
I'm like, I see all this, but if I stick my head up, I'm gonna get like splatted in the
Yeah,
face with a
yeah,
bunch of shit.
yeah. I don't stand up against it. I just don't partake into it.
Mhm.
So I found that like my friends have never come at me for inviting people they don't like. They would just give me a heads up, but none of them have like shunned me for inviting people they dislike.
I mean, I guess kind of the best position to be in because I'm
Well,
exactly that.
yeah, yeah. Well, me too so far because I do ascribe the label of Comicsgate to myself, which makes me mortal enemy to half of the population, it seems. But the thing is that the people on my show are authors, so they're not even in comics at all, let alone Comicsgate. So they're not Comicsgate. So the show that I have itself is not Comicsgate, despite me being Comicsgate. So I kind of invite everybody from kind of all walks of life, like authors who write books without pictures, though I don't know why you would write a book that has no pictures in it. But, go figure. And yeah, I'll invite people who are Comicsgate and people who hate Comicsgate for some reason. Though usually I find that out after the fact.
I think I personally, with the amount of time that I've basically just been lurking watching, I do understand why people would not like associate Comicsgate with their thing. I think I understand. I think I do. I don't know if I've completely understood it though. It is fucking complex.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of humanity involved.
It's artists. And
Oh well, yeah, you guys are all crazy. But I
even
fucking love you guys.
well, amazingly, I've been immune from this. I have a special power that renders me immune to the craziness, and I am the sanest artist that ever was.
I don't think so.
Well, it's hard to perceive such sanity, Chrissy. It can
We
be
just
like
talked
staring
about
into the sun.
Terraria, sir.
That's how sane I am. I can perceive all the truths in the world despite living in a world of lies, which makes me the sanest of them all. And
Well,
yeah,
listen, it's so great because here's Cosmic Grandpa's comment. And it's almost what I feel, but I've invested a lot more time in this. Is 5 minutes of EVS turned me off to the whole Comicsgate thing years ago, right? And I kind of feel the same way. Like it almost kind of seems like a like a downward spiral. Though I will not claim that I know much about it. It's
I
just kind of like here's the kingpin of the thing from somebody that's not in its perspective, and it doesn't look great.
I can see that, and I've watched some episodes. Like why I'm able to see that is because I have watched some episodes of his shows where I was like, he's just calling people names, and it's just not something fun to listen to. But I've watched a lot of his shows, and I can average out and I can see the bigger picture of it, if you will. And Ethan, I believe, is truly a genius. First of all, he was completely blacklisted from the mainstream media of comics, which is already a niche part of the media. He was blacklisted from it, able to go on YouTube and get enough of a following that made him into a millionaire, and he can raise campaigns of $100,000 within 24 hours. So, and you are completely entitled to dislike him, and I can even understand why you would dislike him, but I cannot help but admire his genius. I think the man is a legend, and I think he will be appreciated only when he's gone. I think that everyone who hates him now that he's alive will claim how close and friends they were with him once he's gone. Because he does work the drama, he does play the drama, and he uses that, I believe, and
Real quick though, like just kind of talking about the drama because on a past stream I've talked to Dark Gift about the drama and using it on social media to be able to like boost your profile, right? Um I don't know if EVS and Dark Gift have like opposite. Like I feel like they play off each other, kind of, because there's the slums, right? It's to me personally. I don't even know how to navigate it. Like I literally just want to make friends and connect, right?
Yeah.
I love that you laughed at that.
Well, because I'm the
Because
same.
we because
I'm
because
on the
we've
same level as
we've been
you.
having fun tonight, right?
Yeah, I cannot navigate it as well. Like I can see it from afar and admire it, but I cannot channel these like forces of drama into views and sales. I do not have those
Yeah.
kinds of powers.
Yes.
But
Exactly.
I have the power of sight. I have the power of vision, Chrissy. I can see and recognize things from afar. That's all that I can do for now.
Interesting. I love that like exactly what you said actually made me feel more empowered within Comicsgate because Flip City Magazine has never claimed Comicsgate, but I actually do want to ride whatever wave is left, which I feel there's not much left. I mean, would you say that might be the case?
Frankly, I don't even ask myself the question because I don't give a shit. I'm a Bitcoiner. So
That's true.
I don't,
Maybe I should just invest in
I
Bitcoin.
see, that's the thing is what I resonate with Comicsgate is that they are people who are blacklisted like Bitcoiners. They're decentralized like Bitcoiners in the sense that they don't have a leader, right? Some people will say EVS is the leader, but if you listen to him, he doesn't claim to be the leader. He holds the trademark. And he explains that he holds the trademark because to keep the enemies of Comicsgate from having claimed it. And he just openly says anyone who wants to claim their Comicsgate can claim their Comicsgate. Now, the thing is, if you do, people will look at your art and your project and they will judge it accordingly.
And I think that's fine.
Sure,
Right?
absolutely. So I think Comicsgate is kind of like jumping into the arena. It's you're going to go down there and you got to be ready to get, attacked, and you got to get ready to
But who are you being attacked by?
everybody. Everybody, because I think they are over the mark. I think Comicsgate are creators who do what they want and they raise funds doing what they want and what they love. And a lot of people are pissed off by that. A lot of people are just like communists. They think they are entitled to being on the the most popular creators show. Like it's
I
owed to
do
them.
want that though because it brings you money. Like literally I'm running a business,
Exactly.
right? But
Exactly.
there's so much of like, oh, don't talk to this person because they're going to put this stink on your fart. Right? And I'm like, "Well, I already farted." Like
Well, see, that's the way I see it as well. Like I would love to be invited on their shows. Obviously, it's just, it's like being anointed by the Pope for a Catholic. It's the
But I
thing
don't
that,
but that's the thing. Like
but
my brand, we don't kiss fucking rings.
right,
So
exactly.
like would we ever be invited on,
Well,
right?
if
We
you
have
just
this thing, we're pushing back, but do
right.
I have to
So
kiss a ring? I'm not gonna fucking kiss a ring.
here's where
That's what it feels like to me.
I think the rubber meets the road.
Okay.
And this is just me speculating. I don't hold any, truths to this, but here's what from like a couple of years watching from a side, here's what I see from my pattern recognition skills.
Okay.
Because EVS has even invited his enemies on his show. So you definitely do not have to be quote unquote on the right side to be on the show. The only thing you need to be invited on is to be entertaining, worth talking about, and hopefully talented, right? And no one is entitled to it. So if you throw a pussy fit because you didn't get invited to the, quote unquote, popular girls table, then
Which, by the way, that's very descriptive. The
yes,
popular girls' table, because there's a lot of drama there.
yes, absolutely. And I think it's true. But if you think that it makes you here's the idea I'm trying to get out. If you think it's going to give you clout by dissing them and like belittling them, I think you're missing the point. And I'm not talking to you, Chrissy. I know exactly who I'm talking to, and I won't name they them. But that's the thing is if you're just going to be like, well, I'm better than that. Like, I don't need them, and I don't even want them to be. Well, if you don't want them to invite you, guess what's going to happen? They're
Well,
not going to
that's
invite you.
see, well, that's the thing though, because you just said like I don't need them, blah blah blah, right? I like at this point, if I feel I don't even know how to like really put into words, but it's kind of like invited or like accepted by the mean girls because they are mean girls. They're mean.
Sure,
They
yeah.
are,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, you
Do
have to
I
be
really want it?
to get on that level of talent, Chrissy, you have to be sharp as it because they first of
No,
all,
but
they
that's
have taken
no,
a
I
lot
don't
of
agree
shit.
with that. I don't agree with that.
They have taken a lot of shit to get to the level they're at. You
Like
don't get
as far as social media goes,
no, as far as talent goes, because
listen,
when you
I
learn to
know for
draw
shiz though. No, I'm sorry. I know for shiz. Flip City has that level of talent, but expressed in a much different way. It is much more writing focus. And we are it's a very different thing. It's a magazine, right? And the way we express it is in a very much different way. So you're putting them in this category, and correct me if I'm wrong, of like illustrative talent, right? I feel like we're much more on this way of writing talent. Like we're literally pushing back on the woke in a very like confrontational, like look at me, bish, right?
right.
And it's a very different thing. I don't know if we would ever be accepted
Well,
in the sphere because we're
well,
not doing that like level of illustration and this and that because we're a
may
very different thing.
I think so. First, to reply, I think it's a great point, and I want to dig into it. They are highly developed illustrative talents for sure. Storytelling is a key part of that. They are also very bold, and they are risk takers, and they've succeeded as well on the sales part. So they're excellent on the social media, the YouTube aspect, and getting sales through crowdfunding. So they've excelled in overlapping skills that make them overall successful and independent, which
Okay.
is, what they call
Well,
in the mafia a self-made man. They cannot be torn down because you cannot cancel them. They are now, whether they invite you or they don't, that's up to them. They all have their individual
yeah.
channels. Maybe they
Well,
will,
that's it.
maybe they won't. The thing is, you have to build yourself up regardless of if they invite you or not, because you are not owed an invitation.
Well,
They
that's
are
the thing.
they
That's
are
the
not a
thing, though.
top-down organization. They are a decentralized set of nodes. Now, what you can do is you can put yourself in a position where you earn an invitation, but I think a lot of people out there, they feel so uh, butthurt by not being invited that they lash back and say, "Well, I don't want to be invited," like a fucking prissy princess, and they're never going to get invited because they act like pussies. Now, the thing is, you don't need to do that. You don't need to call people out who have done nothing wrong to you. Maybe they haven't invited you yet. Maybe they will in the future. Maybe they won't. But all you can do is learn by their example and build your own foundation to the point where other people will want to be invited on your channel and other people will want to invite you on their channel for the clout and because they admire your talent, because you are absolutely correct that you have earned not only beautiful artwork with Flip City, because I've seen it, you have excellent writing, you're the spiritual inheritors of Mad Magazine.
Oh,
You
what?
are
Go
it
on, go on.
no, it's true. You are also
I'm bathing.
building on, you're also self-sufficient. So the only thing I would say is like, don't trash, don't shit on people who have done nothing wrong to you to try to build yourself up. Because
I
maybe no, I
I
know
agree.
yeah, maybe they will invite you, maybe they won't. And regardless, I think these people, they bring us something valuable, regardless of whether or not they invite us on their show, is they are showing us the way. They're showing us how it could be done. They are showing us that it can be done. And it's up to us to do it ourselves and to build it and to make us ourselves worthy of being invited, if not on their show, on other people's show that are maybe more at our levels, or to build our own show where we can invite
Listen,
other people and build
I'm s-
them up.
I'm sorry, Frederic. Like not me, but Flip City Magazine, and I am representing that is like it literally is up here. I don't know if you actually read our magazine, which by the way, thank you so much for requesting a kitty kiss. Um First time that ever happened. Super simp, but I fucking love it.
Listen, it's the first time, but it won't be the last. I can tell you that.
I want that to
You
happen.
have to upcharge for that, though. Not me, not me, because I got grandfathered in.
You did.
But you
Tell
can't
the
just
story
let
though.
everybody willy nilly request a lipstick embedded kiss. Well, it comes from the Commandos. You were a guest on Comicsgate Commandos. Shout out to Patrick, who's taking a break right now.
Listen,
Well,
fuck Patrick's a fucking weirdo. I love him though.
I love
Because
him so much.
because he embraces it.
He is so based. I mean, he has terrible choice in women, but I can't fault
Does
him for
he?
that. Oh,
Oh yeah, no, I've
so
seen
bad.
it recently
So bad.
actually.
But he has excellent choice in artists that he hires. Like he hires the best artists you wouldn't believe. Um, and he's a talented writer who will rise to the top. He is the cream of the crop in that aspect. And so you were invited on his show, of which I'm a co-host.
I
And
wasn't invited. I pushed my way in. I'm like,
well,
"Hey,
I don't know
Patrick,
that,
let me come
Chrissy.
on your show."
I don't know those things. I'm just a
Well,
co-host. I'm not like
I know
privy
it.
to that, classified information.
I'm just telling you.
But
So
I'm glad you were on, and I wanted to have you on my show as well. But I was like, I want to make sure I have a copy of your magazine in my hands before I invite you on, because I want to be able to talk to you from having seen it, having flipped through it.
But you still didn't.
I did. I mean, I didn't read everything. I hardly read anything I buy, Chrissy. It's the way things go. I had to start a fucking Saturday show called Bande Dessinée for Stupid Americans so I could start
Oh,
reading my Bande Dessinée because I
I
didn't read
I
any of
wanted
them.
to talk to you tonight about that because I watched your very first episode
That's right.
and I fucking loved it.
Awesome.
I
I haven't
really did.
done any in the past couple of weeks, but I started getting comments that people want to continue one of the comics, the Bande Dessinée series. So I'm going to go tomorrow and buy issue number 2 for that series so I can continue it on this Saturday. Because I had kind of dropped the ball because since I finished inking Rattel, I kind of lost track of all time and space. Because when you're inking, it's easy to keep track. Like you ink page 19, then it's page 20, page 21, 22, 23, 24. Then you're like, what the fuck do I do now? Now I have to do all these various things that are not linked together. And I'm kind of like in the fog of war in the nebulous pre-press stage.
I love that you like connected that to war. You're like, I'm literally drawing here. It's like I'm almost dying, you guys, in war.
Well, I am dying. I mean, I am 49 years old. I only have a certain number of pages in me before I croak on my drawing table. Spoilers, that's where I'm going to die. And so I
Sounds
have to
hot.
make the most of it. That's,
Have
yeah.
you heard of the term art sluts? I've been called that
I've
before.
met some.
I've been called it before, and I'm like, I'm not an art slut. I'm married to an artist.
Yeah, that's a committed art slut. Yeah, I mean,
No, it's called a muse.
of course, that's the proper term. Yeah, no, I have like nothing. There's no woman who has like an eye for talent can resist when you bring her up to your drawing table. She just will sploosh. And the thing is, the drawing table is never far from the bed.
This is getting very sexual now.
We're offline, right? The show's
No,
over,
we're
right?
no, we're still talking.
Oh,
And we have 58 viewers. For all those 58 viewers, please at least like and subscribe.
okay. Well, you 58 viewers, make sure you don't tell anybody about this conversation we're having here. This is very intimate, and I wouldn't want any
Okay,
of this to get
tell
out.
me more about art sluts.
Well, wow. They all want to get tattooed. And
No,
they
I am proudly untattooed.
well, they never do get the tattoo, but they want you to draw a tattoo for them that they will never get tattooed because
I've
you
never asked
probably
that. I'm not an art slut. Okay, go on.
well, because you meet them, they tell you, I would like to have a tattoo. You're like, sure, okay. And then you start drawing it. Then you invite them on a trip to New York to see a famous artist. And then, you may or may not be under the influence of substances at a party at said artist's gallery. And then they will tell you under the influence that they're breaking up with you. And you're just shocked because you didn't know you were going out with them. So you're learning that you're going out with them at the same time that you're learning that you're breaking up. It's quite a lot to take in under the influence of, 3-lettered substances that I shall not name. Hypothetically, in Mein Kampf.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to show this comment because literally I meant to say, yes, it does, Vulcan.
Yes.
Hey, cheers to you, sir.
Here's to the
I
artlets.
I literally am having a very wonderful stream with you, sir.
Same here. This has been like very. I have to find the right word. Uh, it's good for the soul. That's for
I
sure.
Okay, listen. I Because I know that you like go on Comicsgate Commandos, you're a regular panelist and you have your own stream. My own purpose of my own stream is like literally just have fun and get to know people. And like I really do feel like that has come across to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the purpose of my stream is just to try to trick my guests into telling me all their secrets into how they make great comics. It's like, where do your ideas come from? And
Oh,
how
well,
did this come about?
well, and on that note is like, how long have you been a comics fan? Like, we didn't even get into that tonight.
Oh, I was born a comics fan. I mean, comics were in my home before I was born because, see, French families have bande dessinées in their library.
Oh, say it again, baby.
I'm
Bond
gonna have to. The first
days.
one's free, but the second one I gotta charge you. So, like in the European and the Québécois are kind of like in the same mindset.
Did you say Kindergarten?
No, I said Québécois, the French Canadians. So comics never had the negative connotation that they have in America. So in America, Frederic Wortham wrote a book called The Seduction of the Innocent, where he blamed a lot of bullshit on comics, and comics were restricted with the Comics Code Authority. And basically, they sucked all the joy out of comic books, all the horror, all the fantasy, all of the romance comics were absolutely evaporated, and there was nothing left but superheroes. And this did not happen in other parts of the world like Europe and Japan. So Europeans have a high esteem for comics, which they call bande dessinée. That's right. And
I'm sorry, I have to twirl my hair.
so everyone has comics, hardcover which you would call nowadays graphic novels. Everyone has them in their libraries, along with their favorite novels and authors. So it's extremely common, and no one doesn't have them. It's pervasive. It's everyone has them. It's not a niche thing over there. So, like everyone here, my parents had some when I was growing up. I had French bande dessinée, asterisks and obelisk, which some of your readers and viewers might know. Tintin, I think everyone knows Tintin. Lucky Luke, not so well known, but very popular as well. And I had also French translation of Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain Marvel, and the Fantastic Four. So I grew up with all of that. That's how I learned to read. And it wasn't until I learned English and moved to Ontario that I started really discovering comic books in the English world. It was G.I. Joe mostly because I lived on a military base. And G.I. Joe, I really enjoyed because it was well written. You'd think, for a book that was meant to sell toys, that it didn't need to be much more than that. But it turns out that Larry Hama, a veteran, took it to a much higher level and really injected it with well-rounded characters and deep storytelling. And kids can recognize good storytelling. They don't need to be talked down to all the time. They can really appreciate in-depth stuff. And once I outgrew G.I. Joe, I got into Man Magazine and I bought every single issue. I bought some Crack too, but Cracked Magazine, but it wasn't as good as the real thing. Mad had something extra.
Liar.
It's true.
fucking liar.
It's true. I swear.
Cracked magazine was fucking fantastic. And you didn't understand it as a child.
Listen,
And
the
that's
best
okay.
artists were in
That's
Mad,
okay.
and they had the best satires of movies, which I loved. I read more movie satires than watched movies. Like a lot of the satires I read, I had never even watched the movies to this day. And my favorite movies, I loved reliving my favorite movies through the satires. And
All
they had
right.
so many jokes, Chrissy. They had like they had like 10 jokes per panels. It was the saturation of jokes was astounding at how much they put a lot of comedy in there. I loved it.
Yeah, shut up about those old guys. It's now Flip City.
And there's nothing else that exists today except Flip City. It's the spiritual inheritor of all those wonderful magazines, and it's the only humor satire magazine out there at the moment. And if you're not purchasing them, if you're not subscribed to them, what are you doing with your life? Is what I ask you. You know,
I agree.
I hope
fucking
you're like
agree.
researching Tartarian mudblood because there's no other excuse.
All right. Listen, I literally want to talk about Tartaria into the early morning, which I think it is for
It
you
is.
now.
We just turned midnight as you said that. And I'm about to turn into a pumpkin.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
You're going to turn into a copper dome with mercury on the inside. Oh, look at my lovely producer brought something up, which, by the way, did I even bring up my starred comments? Anyway, I don't know if I remember to do that. Frederic, you're supposed to be running my show tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just talk it like I see it, say it as I call it. It's just I'm fascinated by these things, Chrissy. It's just like I just pull on the thread and I think, whoa, there's some truth to this. Let's see how deep the rabbit hole goes. And you keep pulling on the thread until the whole sweater is dismantled, you know?
Yes, and I wish we had a little Weezer to play right now,
Hmm.
but
Yeah, I love that Kurt Cobain. I mean, he's not called Kurt anymore, but yeah, he's in Weezer now.
What?
No. That we didn't hit that on the wheel, so we should change
All
stuff.
right. All right. I'm interrupting you because you're going crazy. All right.
Going. I'm immune to craziness. I tell you, I was.
You're not immune. You're the epitome of it.
Well, that's how you stay immune to it. I'm literally made of crazy, so more crazy cannot affect me.
Oh, but my question was like, even way back when we were spinning the wheel, right? As far as like people in quote unquote Comicsgate or the independent publishing scene, that's that's how I feel more comfortable like expressing it. It's like independent publishing, right? How many of us would you guess are conspiracy theorists? Like percentage wise.
Well, if you're independent, it's probably an indicator that you can think for yourself and you're more of a risk taker than the average person, I would say. So we live in a world of lies. So to believe zero conspiracy theories, you have to be literally insane.
Yes. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, if you believe everything the government tells you wholeheartedly and accept it without noticing all the contradictions, you have got to be batshit crazy. You know, it's insane.
I think I feel that same way.
So I think most people ascribe to a few, handful of safe theories, but
Well, hold
will
on. Hold on though.
distinguish themselves from like the wackier ones.
Okay. But on that topic point is like, what's the safe conspiracy theories?
Well, that 9/11 was an inside job, I think, is a safe one.
And that's how I got into
Yeah,
conspiracy.
exactly, right?
Okay.
JFK was not a lone gunman thing is a safe one. So those are safe, like fluoride in the water. These are all things that are provable. So I think that the safe ones are provable, but not, but still pushed back by mainstream media. So mainstream media will push back on the facts, despite them. Like MK Ultra. MK Ultra is 100% factual. It's even admitted by the CIA. They say they don't do these things anymore, but let's just play it on the safe side and just to say that they have done it. It's not a conspiracy theory; it's a conspiracy history. So, but like you say, there's a lot of people who just won't ascribe to that historical fact, just because people are deathly scared of not fitting in, Chrissy.
Yes, well, that's the whole reason conspiracy theorist was created, and why people are easily controlled, right? You don't
Yeah.
want it. You don't want to be on the outside of the herd.
Right, exactly. Because
Because
if
it's
you're
unsafe out there.
if you're shunned, you don't have access to easy food. You don't have access to love and warmth and a place by the fire.
Well, isn't that the thing though? Like, we literally all just want to be loved.
Not me. I just want Bitcoin.
No, you want to be loved. Like, fuck you. That was a fucking lie.
It's true.
That was a lie.
You just saw through my bullshit, Chrissy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, that really is the end game. Is like, we just literally only want to be loved.
Yeah.
And why is that a bad thing? Like, just
Um,
appreciate me for who I
it's
am
I will.
and love me.
It's I do love you, Chrissy, but
I think I love you too.
it's hard to throw yourself out there into the world of matchmaking and stuff nowadays because
No, I'm not matchmaking with you, but
no,
which, by
I'm
the
not.
way,
I'm not saying
hi,
that.
Summer Key.
No, I'm not saying that. Obviously, I'm just saying like why I would say something like I'm not after love is because it seems like it's a harsh world out there for people who are dating, and it's
Oh
like
well.
people seem to be almost
I don't think I
trolls.
even no, no, no. I don't even mean that like being loved. I don't mean it in the like
Relationship.
difficult. I don't yeah, I'm not even saying it in no. Oh, hold on. Because you said relationship. There is a relationship, right? It's between creator and buyer, right? Maybe there's that love, right? I mean, of course, the most expressive love
But if you're
is
paying
what
for it,
you
isn't that
what you
prostitution?
can do between you and a loving wife, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is the person that I'm spending the rest of my life with.
Yeah.
But I don't even mean that. I at this point do mean like love me for what I'm doing. Like, love me for the expression that I'm
Oh, yeah.
putting out in the world.
100%. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's a huge thing in the independent scene is like, listen, I'm putting out this thing. It's an expression of me or an expression of uh even I think it is just really the expression of me,
It is.
right?
It is. I
And
mean, we
you
put
and you
our
want and that's basically you're taking love in monetarily, really.
100%. 100%. And I think that's why people get upset when it doesn't work out as well as they feel rejected it's like they put their hearts and souls on a silver plate. And if people don't take it up and love it, you could feel the same hurt that you do in a relationship, I think.
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, especially because here's the thing too. There's the people that put the heart on the plate, but then do nothing with it. It's like, here it is, but I'm not going to really promote it.
Oh, yeah.
And is it because they're scared? Do you think mostly?
Well, I hesitate to speak on the matter because I'm like I haven't birthed my first comic yet. I'm like
I
in my
almost kind of feel like you're a little scared, Frederic,
yeah, of
because
course I'm feeling that anticipation. I'm not scared in the paralyzed sense of things because I know I'm going to go out there. I'm going to rock it, Chrissy. But I definitely do feel that adrenaline rush of the anxiety that's before that period. Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty. So I'm in mostly the confused part of getting things done, but I'm about to set forth this thing into the world. And I think when it comes out, I'm going to be excited to sell it. And I think
okay.
I'm going to have
Let me ask you this because we talked about it probably over an hour ago. Do you feel like you're on the stallion going up the hill right now and you don't know if you're going to reach the peak or slide back down into the pig shit?
Oh, I'm definitely on a stallion. That's for sure.
Well, yeah,
I think
you're on the stallion.
to speak truth, I think it's a unicorn.
Oh,
And
I like that better.
yeah.
Tell me about his tail.
Uh, its tail is just like fluttering in the wind, and it's like a sunset. So all the colors of the rainbow can be seen through its kind of like platinum blonde colored mane,
See it.
as you know.
Oh my God, I love your vision.
And most people just they see it out the corner of their eye, but they look away because they're not ready to, acknowledge a unicorn.
It's too bright, fucking bright.
It's too much too soon. So it's not gonna be invited onto the hill just yet. It has to circle the mountain a few times, you know.
Okay.
But the people who are looking out to see what is there will notice it. And those people will get a glimpse of the unicorn. And they may even ride it, you know.
All right, and just to let you know, Summer Key says it's very poetic with the Italian. I don't know why she has any business doing the Italian hand because I think she's just a white Southern Californian. But thank you, Summer Key.
Much appreciated.
Do you have any business doing the hand, sir?
Well, no, I'm a French Canadian born in Germany, so the hand signs I should be doing would get me thrown off of YouTube. So better abstain from that.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Frederic. I've had a great time with you tonight.
Thank you. Me too,
dude. You went through telling us a ton about Bitcoin, and then you explained more in Mansplain. And then let's see. Oh yeah, you re-described the rules of our conspiracy corner. I really had a great time with that.
That was so much fun. I could have literally talked about every topic on that wheel.
Here's the thing. If I was producing this show on my own, I just keep going. I talk to you all fucking night.
We just be popping pills and go until we drop.
Oh, wait, hold on. Here, I'm telling you. All right. This is my producer chiming in saying, awesomest guest yet. And what that's telling me is like, I don't have to end this stream.
Uh-oh. He just wrote himself a blank check there.
He really did. I love it. Thank you so much, Cosmic Grandpa. You know how
Thank
much
you,
I love
Cosmic.
you.
That's heartfelt in a good
All
way.
right. This is what I personally would like to do. And if you disagree, we can do whatever you want to do.
Oh, oh.
I'd love to bring up the conspiracy wheel again.
Let's do it.
Oh my God!
Let's see if we can break that wheel.
We're gonna break the fucking wheel.
As long as we don't hit the bankrupt.
There's no bankrupt.
Okay, well, it's not like Wheel of Fortune then.
All right, and then also my very number one mod saying, Christy making up the rules as usual. That's true.
Well, all
That is
rules are made up, so that's
exactly.
that's where they
We're
come
going
from.
back to the wheel. This is the first time, by the way, Frederic. This is the very first time in the history of creative chaos this has happened. We're going back to the wheel. Are you ready to spin it?
I'm ready,
We're,
Chrissy.
we're spinning the wheel. Let's do it. Cause there's a lot to be said about crop circles.
Yeah, crop circles are something I was looking at in 2008. Haven't looked at them recently, but it's absolutely fascinating because they're not they're not handmade on the ground. That's clear.
But they tried to put that out there in the mainstream.
Yeah. Well, you always have the official version, but that's disproven in a heartbeat because they are kind of spiraled into each other, and they have like burnt ends as well. So these are all things that you can't do by stepping on them. And it's like star forts; they are absolutely perfect viewed from above, and you cannot do perfect shapes like that when you're on the ground, just drunk at 4 a.m. before the sun comes up. So, like, I absolutely don't believe the official stories as usual. But what do they mean? Where do they come from?
What do they mean exactly? And I love that chat box says, imagine not having crop circles. I like, is that how insane we are? Right? Like, imagine a world without crop circles.
They happen a lot in England, I believe. I don't know about the whole geography by heart. Like, I'm not an expert by any means, although I did dive into it, as I say, like in around 2008. That was something that captured my imagination, along with the UFO alien phenomena and things like that. They seem to be sending messages. They seem to be sending what's called I'm searching for my words here. I may have drank a little bit more than I should have, but
I
what's
finished
called
mine too. I'm
sacred
bummed.
sacred geometry is the word I was looking for. So they seem to be putting out messages about sacred geometry, about things that seem to be relating to technology, our nature, and they do it in circles, and they do it at night, and they do it in fields of all things. So what gives?
Do you think there's any kind of like connection between, the natural world and farmers and what is making the crop circles basically is my question.
Uh so I've heard that people filmed orbs of light in the fields.
Have you not looked at any of those?
What do you mean?
like as far as like people proving like, hey, look, there's these orbs over here, and then the next day or whatever from above.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So orbs seem to like orbs of light seem to have a link to crop circles. Aside from that, I have seen no indications of where they could be coming from. Uh, I mean, you would think they comes from above in the sense that they're, you know, two-dimensional images meant to be viewed from above, right? You have to take a picture from a certain altitude to get a good sense of what the crop circle is about. So, you know, you got to go on a helicopter or a drone. I don't think drones were popular back then to take
Back
pictures.
then, when?
Back when I was researching, like in 2008. Oh, are we getting a call?
I hear it.
Maybe it's the
Oh,
orbs trying to contact
oh,
us.
I think so. I think maybe only me and you heard that.
It could be. It's you know, consensual hallucination of the auditory kind. I don't know if that makes any sense. So crop circles are a big mystery to me still. I think they're fascinating, but I kind of like haven't thought of them in a long time. And I would love to revisit the content of the crop circles. Like what are they about? Um, like do they have elements of like was the Mayan calendar linked to those? Was
Oh,
elements of DNA linked to those? Because
okay. Mayan calendar. How much do you know about it? I know like basically nothing.
very little as well. I had a friend who was really into it when it was 2012. I had another friend who traveled to Mexico a lot, but I don't know a whole lot about it. But I do know that calendars are a fascinating thing because our calendar is whack. Like, I heard that we used to start the year on April 1st, and that's why it's known as April Fools now, is they made fun of people who kept
Interesting.
yeah, they made fun of people who kept celebrating New Year's when it was the old New Year's, kind of like we've changed calendars now, you're an April Fools. Uh, So because it's the logical time of the new year, right? It's when spring is breaking out. Like, why are we celebrating the new year right at the
Middle
coldest point?
winter.
Yeah, the middle of winter at the coldest point. And the calendar changes have been weird. The
Do you do you think the calendar actually should be 13 months?
oh yeah, 100%, right? It's moon cycles because the 13-month calendar has every month like everything is reliable. You don't have to ask yourself any questions. This calendar we're under is is so confusing, and it seems to be confusing on purpose. Well, that's my conspiracy side, but like if you look at how simple the moon calendar is, it's astounding. Like every Monday is like the start of a new week, the start of a new month. There's 13 moons in a year, and then you have one day that's out of the year. And I think it's also biblical. Like 364 days is the way they would relate the calendar in the oldest apocryphal texts, but those are discarded because they're apocryphal. But this,
Apocryphal.
yeah, like they're not recognized as being valid for various reasons. Uh, Yeah. So, but the one we're under is just completely whack. Like, why we would just choose to? Well, all those calendars are just weird because they're off by this and this information, even though they make perfect sense and are easier to follow, even for a child. We need to follow this completely whacked out, nonsensical calendar because it's our latest updated, approved by authority calendar, which is
Interesting. Well, I mean,
appeal to
well,
authority.
how does leap year like kind of flow into all of the nonsense? It's all nonsense, right?
Yeah, I haven't done my homework on. Well, it's funny because leap years work on 4-year cycles, and Bitcoin also works on 4-year cycles. So, what's up with that? Um, yeah, it's because the 364-day year gives you 1 day out of the year. I think that it's not even a day of the week. It's not a day of the month. It's just a free day, a day that's outside the calendar. It's an absolute celebratory day. It's not in any month. It's not a day of the week. It's so strange and fantastical. Uh, I would love to explore those notions a lot more.
Do you believe unicorns exist?
Well, obviously, didn't they just find a unicorn skull recently?
Hey?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, unicorns were documented in old, bestiaries and all that. Of course, they're real. They're not like made up like dinosaurs or stupid shit like that.
All right. So as far as because you brought up dinosaurs, because isn't that the thing? Like oil is supposedly, as far as the
We're
mainstream
running
thing,
out any day now.
right?
Any
Because
day now.
they're like ground up dinosaur
That's why
bones.
that's
I
why
mean,
gas
doesn't
is
that seem?
expensive. Because you got to pay lots of money for gas because we're just about to run out.
All right. As far as like fossil fuels go, right? Because there's something coming out of there.
Isn't that such a terrible, devious
Where
term?
where does it actually come from?
Well, much deeper than where they find dinosaur bones, allegedly.
Frederic, I have to put you on full screen because I have to pee again. Tell
Okay.
everybody.
Well, I'm no expert. Remember, guys, I'm a comic book artist. So take this with a grain of salt. But, like, where we drill for oil is much more deeper than where we find dinosaur bones. And the, to me, dinosaur being a hoax is a matter of fact. I mean, when I learned about dinosaurs in school, they laid it out for us. They said it plain and clearly. Yes, around this period, because there was a period of time when dinosaurs never existed. The word didn't exist, and nobody ever heard of them. And then there's a point in time where there's this craze. People are, quote unquote, finding bones and making up these fantastical beings out of bones. And a lot of them were hoaxes, we're told. So they just kept making up the most fanciful, elaborate hoaxes of animals that were meant to be ancient lizards. And then they settled on a bunch of quote unquote believable ones. And those are the ones that everyone agreed upon them being quote unquote real. But all the other ones were hoaxes, and we've just put them to the side. So to me, even as a young child, as a young student, I was like, so how did they know those ones were real and not the other ones? And I've never gotten an answer to that from any teacher, and still to this day. So I've just remained skeptical. And as far as I know, all the ones that are in exposition are either plaster or a mixture of chicken bones. And, it's just made up things to sell. They're trying to sell us this religion called science. And I call it a religion because it's just a thinly layered level of reason that's on a mountain of lies. It's because yes, you have reason, but the reason layer is so thin that people get angry when you dig deeper of that thin layer because there's no reason past this thin veil of layer of reason.
Well, why do people get angry though?
Because it's emotional. Well, first of all, their whole reason for being is invested in these lies. Like they're taught this at school. They choose a career around these ideas, and they often earn a living surrounded by these ideas. So if you challenge ideas where their livelihood is dependent on, you're attacking they're it's like being shunned by
Like your reason for being.
right. So if I'm saying, well, your whole reason for being is yeah, sorry, it's just a hoax. You're like, well, you're just a fucking conspiracy theorist. It's like, all right,
Well, kind
you're
of
right.
like,
I'm sorry. It's just a joke, man. Chill out.
yeah,
Dinosaurs
well,
are totally real, man. You know.
do you personally feel hated for your
No,
beliefs?
because I don't espouse my beliefs to anybody. Like I just you're the I only talk about this stuff with curious people, and I've met like 3 in my whole life.
Oh, wow. Like, that's the thing, like, because I'm seeing all night chats lighting up, right? And I'm like, how have I attracted this, right? But also at the same time, chat's lighting up, but it is, maybe 15 people, but we have 60 people watching. So out of the 60 people that are watching, are they watching out of like curiosity? And I'm not going to say things in chat. Like, I guess I don't 100% understand. And that's why I have my mansplain segment, right? And I lost 3 people because I called them out. So now we have 57 people watching.
Oh, that's sad. Like,
It's not sad.
I'm so sorry for you 3 people. Please come back and rewatch it on pre-recorded. We really do love you, 3 people.
Well, let's see. Chatbox says total tard take. I bought into it for a while, and I have to admit I walked away for a little bit. What do you think he's talking about?
I don't know if he means that the dinosaur theory is retarded and he bought it to it for a while, or if he's
I think
saying,
probably that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, Jurassic Park is an awesome movie, man. It's really cool. But like, we're not. I just, it's to me, it's like, for me, it's all about pattern recognition. I think that's the skill that theorists, conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, have. Is if you start digging into the details, you notice things that don't match up of the official theories, and you notice that things that are supposed to be disproven keep popping up over and over again, like they shouldn't.
Well,
So
well, basically, like skipped over, saying like they shouldn't, right? I'd love to hear your top 3 things if you can pull them. I know we've been drinking tonight, but if you can, from the top of your head, the top 3 things as far as pattern recognition goes, um, that might be a thing to start somebody on their own journey. Like if this pops into your head, maybe dig into it
well,
further. And I'm
firstly,
giving you 3 of them.
I would advise people on starting this journey, because if you want to, function well in society and keep your friends, you should stay away from pattern recognition. You know,
That
just
is true.
it's not it's not something that's kind of welcomed or really appreciated. It's you're gonna get attacked and ridiculed, but I've been ridiculed my whole life, so I've kind of become immune to that. So I'm kind of enjoying.
Oh, poor Frederic and
I
his
think
ridicule.
I think it's a superpower now, because
Yeah.
like I'm so used to it that it's like I can say what I think regardless if I'm right or wrong. Like I may be totally wrong about these things. I probably am, because most people don't think these things, but
But
maybe I'm
also,
not.
that is why you should appreciate a person like this. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh,
But
Frederic,
if
I
I
still love you, though.
if I am wrong, like why get upset about it? Maybe I'm just a comic book artist with crazy ideas. But the thing is other people have espoused these ideas, and they are there kind of is multiple points of data. So pattern recognition is sometimes where your nose is too close on the data, you just see what's in front of you. And it's when you take a step back and look at metadata, like the data about the data. It's like, okay, we obviously have bones called dinosaur bones in museums. Why would we have, and people in lab coats are putting them up and they're paid lots of money to do it. Why would all that be there if this is a hoax? It's obviously true, or else there wouldn't be a whole industry around it, right? Sure, but then again, so why did dinosaurs not exist before a certain period of time? And why, in that certain period of time, was there an abundance and a creativity of dinosaurs like never before? And like 90% of them were regarded as hoaxes. What is it about the 10% that we kept and believed in? And why do we call it fossil fuels if we dig much deeper for the petrol than we do for the bones? These are questions which I don't have the answer to, and I just find, well, it raises a lot of questions. Maybe,
But nobody looks at as far as like the normie perspective, they're not even going that far to even question like where do petrol fuel come from? Like how do we get those regular people to just like ask those questions?
yeah, and
Is it possible?
it's one of the things that a lot of us on the right seem to agree about is that the climate change is a scam. This seems to be something that people on the right tend to agree upon. Actually, I've never met someone who says they're conservative that believes in climate change, but I might meet one someday. But the thing is, especially if you're older, I was born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s. We had the nuclear scare, and then they told us we were going to have a an ice age in the early 80s. They told us an ice age was upon us. And then they told us, well, no, it's going to be a heat wave. Everything's going to go up and up in temperature. And I forget what the
Yeah.
term was, but the oceans were going to boil. And
Oh yes.
that's when they came up with the term climate change because it covers both ends of the spectrum. So when you've heard enough of these things growing up and you see that they keep changing their story, it's like when you have a toddler and you say, "Okay, who made the mess in the kitchen?" And it's the dog did it. No, it's the cat did it. It's my little brother that did it. Well, if the story keeps changing, that's a clue that the source that's giving you the explanation is not reliable because they're just going to keep changing the story to shift the blame. And I've found that, okay, well, if the government is always lying to us about, an ice age, boiling water, all these things,
Well,
perhaps our beloved leaders are not all knowing as we, you know, ascribe them to be.
boiling oceans. I mean, how ridiculous does that sound? Boiling fucking oceans.
Dude, they said
And
that
how
about
many people believed it?
Bitcoin like just 5 or 6 years ago. They said if we allow Bitcoin to go on, the heat and the electricity it consumes will boil all the oceans. So these are legit, quote unquote, like reputable journalists for reputable publications that are spewing these types of headlines.
All right. Cause says Leonard Needmoy told me all about impending global free.
Freeze.
Oh, freeze. I saw a frog in there for some reason. I think it was really there,
You
though.
drank too much. There's no
No,
frog.
I saw a frog. I
There's no
did.
frog.
Stop gaslighting me, Frederic. God
But
damn
it's
you fucking Canadians
the only joy I
with
have in
your
my
flip
life.
top heads.
So that's kind of where I come from with these ideas. Is that I start to question authority a little bit, and then I got to a point where if authority tells me something, I'm like, okay, why is this authority pushing this information? And you can go to all the way to the end and say every information that comes from authority has a goal. It's to get you to act upon this information in a way. And maybe no information from this authority is reliable, which gets you questioning stuff. And that's why I kind of tend to look at older texts. And that's where I kind of get the idea that unicorns are really a thing, and as are dragons, and dinosaurs are not.
All right. It's very interesting, and obviously, you're a very crazy person.
I'm the
Um,
sanest person you'll ever meet.
well, okay. I don't think you're the most stateless person I'll ever meet. You don't know my friend group, okay, Bish? But that's the thing, um, like, do you ever analyze like your friend circle and the people you associate yourself with, and then from there analyze like, all right, am I just um like surrounding myself with these people because they agree, like echo chamber, right?
Right. Like since the lockdowns and stuff, my social circle is kind of moved entirely online. And I've met no one that has all the same ideas as I do. I just meet different circles, have one idea that's in common with what I believe, but no, like the Tartaria circle are not Bitcoiners, right?
Right.
And they're not.
Although I'm sure there's plenty of them in there.
Uh, there could be. I'd love to meet. I mean, I'd love to meet people who know about Tartaria or Bitcoiners, and
Like you're like fucking getting a giant boner.
right.
Because like, oh my god, Tartaria and Bitcoin
If you believe in
and comics?
unicorns and dragons and Bitcoin and Tartaria are
I'm
blonde and
telling you,
single,
I'm
message me, DM me right now.
I I am thinking
I'm
actually
female from birth.
because and you have to remind me if I've even asked this
Oh,
question
you went
because
out.
it's
Your mic
been
went out.
burning in
See,
my
you got
mind.
mute. You got mute.
Oh, I have?
Yeah.
Have I
Did
gone mute?
you?
Can you
I
hear
don't
me?
see the mute icon. Did your mic get unplugged or something?
Maybe. No. Can you hear me?
There's an audio issue for some reason, so I'll try to
Fucking Cosmic,
keep it
fix this
going while we
shit.
figure this out. These are technical issues. They happen on all the best streams. You know, it's a great stream when you have a technical issue. And only the real listeners stay through the technical issues because usually it's followed by a breakthrough, you
Can
know?
you hear me?
Right? It doesn't seem like your mic was unplugged. I'm not getting any audio from you. Is it
Can
just on
you
my
hear
end? Are you guys hearing
can
her
you hear
in the
me
chat? Let me know
now?
if you hear Chrissy because it might just be me. But
Oh,
Chrissy, you
that
can
would
hear
be
me, right?
fucked up. Okay, cause yes, I can hear
It
you.
might be me. Listen, I'm gonna log out and log back in and see if that
Oh,
solves the
look at
thing on my end because I
I'm
have had
all
audio
by
issues in the past.
myself.
Let's see.
I'm all by myself. Um, all right. So my wonderful producer says he is
I
hearing
I
everything.
am
Okay, go on.
hearing everything here, so I think our guest might have lost being able to hear us. That does happen from time to time.
Well, cause it's very rare that we get to hear your lovely and wonderful voice here on Creative Chaos. Um, So, do you think
I have
Canada shut
really
him down?
thoroughly been enjoying the show tonight. There have been so many topics: the Bitcoin, everything else. I've been loving it. It's been a fantastic show tonight. That's
Well,
why I didn't mind letting it go on until Mrs. Cause is like, "I'm going to bed."
did she go to bed?
Yeah, she did.
Okay, cool. So I have you at least for another hour.
You've
Well, let
got
me
me as
ask
long
you
as you
this.
need me.
Let me ask you this because I know, and you've been saying so in chat. I know you are a Bitcoin or at least I I think me personally, I just kind of like umbrella it, everything, like all the crypto is Bitcoin, right? Can I hear from you your first time investing in Bitcoin, what it was at?
When I went into Bitcoin, I will be completely 100% honest, it was at 66,000.
Oh, wow. So I bought Bitcoin before you did.
You may have got it before I did. Absolutely.
Wow. That's actually
I
really shocking.
I but again, I mentioned my partner Norm, Hang 10 Alien Surfer on the Three Beer Men. He was just telling the story recently about how one time he and a couple buddies of his paid for a pizza with 3 Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah, I saw that in chat. Can you give us can
Yeah,
you elaborate on that, please?
it's a true story. That is what Bitcoin was worth back in the day, is that you could use 3 whole Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
Wow. Now, do you think the pizza makers held on to that Bitcoin?
I
Like if
even Norm didn't hang on to the Bitcoin, unfortunately,
right?
for him, because honestly, if I'd have had a couple of those Bitcoin, I would have retired even earlier than I did.
Oh, it's so crazy. Now, hey, have you seen, and here's the thing too. Uh yeah, add Frederic back to this because
Yeah,
um
let me drop and re-add. There you go, and there we go.
all
All
right.
right, there's Frederick.
I can't hear
Now,
you, so something is fucked up
can
on
you
my
hear you
computer on
can't
my
hear me
end.
still?
Frederick still can't hear us?
I could see you talking, the headphones. Nothing changed, but I mean, my computer's overheating, so it could be that.
What a
Put another
bummer.
ice box under there, but
Oh man.
we might have to end it there if I can't hear you.
Makes sense. And I'm gonna keep talking to Cosmic behind the
We'll
scenes.
have to do it again sometime, Chrissy.
Um, all right. Um, hey, Cos,
Indian
what do you?
internet. Yeah, I think it's my computer overheating, Vulcan.
Hey, so, Cos, do
Happens
you
from
think we
time to
should
time.
All
like
right,
just
so
wave
Indian.
bye to
Frederick
Frederick?
is not hearing us at all. Do you want to do the
I can't
goodbye
hear anything.
thing? Let me pop in here and see if it makes any difference. No, he's trying.
Oh wow, I'm hearing all kinds of dings for anybody that's out there not
That's
hearing
how
my
it goes. That's
dings.
how the cookie crumbles.
He is. He's doing his
It
best.
was a great
Honest.
show. I can't hear you, Chrissy, but I love you so much. Thank you for having me on. This was a wonderful show. If you can hear me, I can tell you can hear me. I just can't hear you anymore.
Hey,
But we'll have to do this again
ASL.
sometime. This was wonderful. I had a great time. I guess this is a great place to end because we were never going to end anyway. You know that. We're going to keep
Indeed.
going until the computer had to drop and the audio caved in, and that's how it ended. So this is apropos. Thank you so
Well,
much for having me on.
so for anybody that's out here hearing both sides, wait, Frederic and me love Frederic. Good night. Yes. And then we wave like this. All right, we're ending the
See you,
stream, you
everybody.
guys.
Okay, class. List everything insensitive, exclusionary, bigoted, nationalistic, misogynistic, and offensive that you can find in history's great myths and legends. Extra points for suffering panic attacks or emotional outbursts. Fact check every opinion against the lived experience of your comrades and allies, so you can avoid forming a criminal opinion. Scrutinize it cover to cover. Wrongthink, misgendering, dead naming, misinformation, microaggressions. Leave no page unturned.